What is up, everybody? Okay, time for some GUDAGUDA nonsense. I am so looking forward to this event because it's actually good. And it's kind of sad. This event is formatted so well that I'm like, if they would use this event format moving forward, I think the game would be a lot better. And as such, of course, they don't do that because, you know, at JP, 2 years, clairvoyance, all that. Yeah, really good event format, basically never used again. Feels bad. So yeah, I didn't really have much SQ on NA because I don't log in very much, so I don't stockpile as much, and I rolled for Asclepius, so I only had like 125 or some odd SQ, and I had 38 summon tickets, and I used that, and I got NP5 Mori, and for once, chat, this is a real moment here. I got no Berserker Nobu, I got no Avenger Nobu, I did not get a million CEs. This like never happens, right? And I just got a lot of Mori. It was great. So yeah, MP5 Mori, barely had to worry about it, and I even got a few summon tickets left apparently. So I did not get a single copy of the 4-star Craft Essence, not one. And you know, I don't mind Nobu or anything. It's just, you know, I want Mori, right? So getting Nobu would have been annoying. But yeah, so that's nice. I wasn't really even expecting to get Mori on my NA account because I play it so little. But NP5, no problem. All right, off we go. Fuck, no, off we don't go. That's what happens when you roll. Your inventory gets fucking destroyed. Let's see here. Do I have CEs that I need to level over here? Okay, let's, actually an inventory management stream, excuse me. Do I have craft essences that need to be leveled? I'm probably not gonna CE bomb because I'm lazy. Okay, we already have Golden Sumo at 100. Where's Art of Death? Not leveled much. Okay, a lot of stuff needs to be leveled. Let's go... Good music, though. Alright, well, aerial drive, I think. How the hell is my inventory sorted right now? What is going on? Jesus. Let's see. Don't need that. So Genshin Impact recently did a quality of life update where you can feed more items at a time when you're leveling an item or whatever. And I'm like, could FGO do that? Because they actually did do that a long time ago, because you used to only be able to feed like 5 at a time, because that made sense. But it's still kind of like needlessly low, and it's like, why? Like, it doesn't serve any purpose to limit it like that. Mori is fine at NP3 because he's very normal card damage based, but he wants NP ranks because Mori's whole thing, like, I'm not exaggerating, this is his whole thing, is big normal card damage into his NP into big normal card damage, right? So you don't want that NP to be a joke. Also, he is a 3-star, right? So one of the big benefits to being a 3-star is having a high NP rank, right? Where a lot of 4 and 5 stars don't necessarily have that. So if you're missing that, you're kind of scuffed, right? It's like, the one thing in the low star's favor is getting a high NP rank. If you don't have a high NP rank, then it's like, yeah, you're having a hard time against the stats, right? Because their default stats aren't so good. Gut CE would be good. Let's get Art of Death up some though. My inventory really is a nightmare on this account. Need to do something about that. That's a lot of sunlight CE. Our boy Kenneth. I wish the Koizuki CE was actually good. Unfortunately, it is trash. Actually, this one's kind of good. Don't call me Shirley. Okay, that's probably good enough for now. Our inventory should be able to survive now. Yeah, story lock really isn't that bad for 3 stars because there's still a lot of ways to get them. Where with limited, there's just not, right? Because you have class banners, you can just roll story. Like if you want Bedivere, you know, you throw 300 SQ at the store, you've got a decent chance of getting a copy or two. You don't have any chance like that for a limited, so. And Ezo has had more rate ups than Mori has, so he's easier to get. Okay, I think the beginning of this event is kind of whatever, but we're totally not using any of the story supports for like the side boss fights, because it'll be way more fun that way, so see how we do. What do I have on NA? Let's see. Need to get that Fuma up. Need to get a Sclipius up. I need to actually play NA. Well, that's what we're doing right now, I suppose, so Sclipia is probably our top priority right now. Just do coup things, it'll be fine. Actually, let's go. Just golden sumo everywhere. It's one thing I like about NA is I have 2 of them. Imagine if this unit had golden sumo, I could have triple golden sumo right now. Anybody that needs bond, I would say Qingong, but he's not out yet. Doesn't really matter then. I hardly got any CEs when rolling for Mori. That's it. No 4-star at all. She's already bond 10. Alright. Okay, so here's the thing. I was thinking about this last night quite a bit. And I've had some of these ideas in the past, but I was really thinking about it like in a practical sense. I really wish... can we get him? Can we get Maxwell's Demon? I mean, seriously, the dude is awesome. He's been in so many stories. He's canonically summonable. Like, holy crap, can we just get this guy in the game already? No, you get Himiko? Fuck that. God. Seriously, I really think they're messing up by not adding him. I think he's decently popular. You know, he's been in the story a lot. He is canonically summonable. Like, come on. And anyway. Okay, so a lot of FGO's events, let's be real here. A lot of FGO's events are very copy-paste. They're not very memorable in terms of gameplay. You know, they may have a good challenge quest and stuff. But they're pretty forgettable. Most of the enjoyable stuff in a lot of the events come from just character stuff, which you can have good character stuff in almost any scenario, in any form of event, right? Like some of the best moments in events didn't require their specific event to really have happened, right? Now there's exceptions. There's some good events out there where they have good stories and good settings and stuff. Like, of course, but exceptions prove the rule, right? I think a lot of events are pretty, the grand scheme of things, they're not really that good, right? They're not super memorable. If you made a single-player version of FGO, a lot of the events is just like, who gives a shit, right? But I really think they could fix that and just make this game so much better. So here's my big brain idea that I think would just make FGO a million times better. Now, FGO has a lot of different writers. A lot of different writers are in charge of like the main scenarios for different characters. Nasu doesn't write everything, not even close. And a lot of time their big shot writers are focusing on writing the main story, which they have a lot more effort put into, a lot more time put into, and more illustrations and all that. And that's fine and reasonable, that doesn't need to change. But they have a lot of other writers that, do the event stories, and sometimes Time Moon does them, sometimes they don't. But, so you could keep, you could have that same structure where you've got, a lot of your main writing going into the main story, and then, less effort going into the side stories, but you could still make them a lot better. And so here's the shtick, right? So, basic idea, right? So you make an event, right? You're gonna make it very pirate themed, right? There's a really famous Chinese pirate. I forget the name, but it's a woman. You still need a gender bend, right? So you could make a new 5-star female pirate. It's gonna probably sell pretty well because of course it will. You know, and then gives you an opportunity to characterize a lot of the pirates that are already in the game that really just don't get a lot of screen time, right? You could add maybe a 3-star or a 4-star version of Blackbeard that's, you know, more true to Blackbeard with the fuses in his beard and all that, right? That's going to be popular. And if you don't want to add a whole bunch of characters at once because they're busy, maybe just add the one, you know, maybe do an animation update. But, you know, you could put Blackbard in there, you could put Drake in there, you could put the Yuri pirates in there, you know, a lot of stuff already right there, right? And you got, if you want to add new things, you can add new things. If they don't have time, they don't have to, right? And so you can have a real pirate-based event, you know, lots of ships, all that, you know, good times. So people that really like the pirate side of Fate, you know, if they come into FGO wanting an RPG experience, you've got this event that's like that. You might say, well, what if you started playing later? That's why you actually make it a main interlude, so anybody at any time that plays the game can come in there and play this event like it's an actual RPG or something, because they market it that way. If you watch the ads for FGO on TV and on YouTube and stuff, they market it as like a Fate RPG, but it's not really that a lot of the time, right? So make this event, make it very pirate-based. You know, yeah, you can throw in some other servers that aren't necessarily pirates that you want to get some screen time to, or you think would be thematic or fun to see them interact with, you know, the other pirates that are going to be in it. So you have this whole event that's like, it's that. Very pirate, good times. Make it a main interlude so you get long-term value out of it, right? You know, and here's another part of this. Over the years, this is some area where I would never criticize DW. They have made awesome boss fights. A lot of their challenge quests and like final main story boss fights for events are really good. And I think they're so good and clever and neat and different and unique. The fact that they're, I said unique twice, the fact that they're not replayable is a fucking waste. All that creativity just being lost to the void, that's absurd. That's absurd, right? So you make the event, and then later you make it a main interlude, so it's permanent, anyone can play it anytime. And also you have story replay in this game, because of course you do, because we're not children. Of course any self-respecting game developer at this point would have story replay, so we're just assuming that exists. So if there's good main story fights in this pirate event, you can play those anytime you want. You can, you know, hang out with all the cool pirate characters. There you go. And then you can do stuff like a Nottingham event, you know, Robin Hood, and you can show off, you know, they've already, in real life, Robin Hood is based on a lot of different real people and different legends. It's, you know, there's all kinds of different takes on Robin Hood, and in Fate, it's always been canonical that there's multiple Robin Hoods out there based on these different stories and stuff. And so if you want to add waifu Robin Hood and make all that money, you can do that, no problem, right? And you can add other Robins if you want to, but if they don't have time, you need to, you know, put resources elsewhere, you don't have to, right? So money-making perspective, female Robin, gonna do really well. Give screen time to Robin we already got. You know, you can pick characters throughout the cast that you think might, you know, be cool to see in that setting. Like maybe Emiya's there because he's kind of similar to Robin Hood, right? So again, more screen time for a lot of beloved characters and everything, and you know, Nottingham setting, chance to add Little John, the Sheriff of Nottingham, you know, Prince John, so many opportunities, Maid Marian, whatever you want to do. Lots of opportunities for servants here, nice thematic event, you know, that again, give people that RPG experience, and because in this timeline, we're actually main interluding things, and people can play them anytime, and we have story replay, so they can play the bosses and shit anytime. So you get into FGO, and you know, if you want, you got this nice story you can go play anytime with some good gameplay, nice setting, you know, a nice proper event here. And again, you know, the battles and stuff in the story, like the story segments, they're not going to be as in depth as what you would see in the main story. You're not getting all these custom illustrations and stuff, but you can still make a fun, you know, setting with good character interactions, you know, in Nottingham or wherever, just like you do from the events that we already have. But the setting is something that is, you know, more tangible, right? And I could go on forever about these, you know, like kind of, you could do a France one, right? A lot of French servants are popular. You can have Joan of Arc and all that nonsense, kind of like Orleans. Like you kind of expand on the stuff people liked in Orleans. You can maybe, you know, I always like the idea of setting it in the opera house in France. And maybe you make like the main character Christina, you know, from the Phantom of the Opera, and everyone's gonna think, oh, okay, you know, now it's gonna be Christina's time to shine, not Phantom, and maybe Phantom's probably not gonna be in the event, but then at the last second, you have Phantom as the final boss, and he gets a costume, right? And there you go, lots of opportunities for new waifus and money-making opportunities, and again, story replay and main interludes, so this content is permanent, and you can do it in any order. These are self-contained events, so someone gets into Fate, and then they get into FGO through that, and they have all these like self-contained stories that they can do anytime and enjoy, right? You can do all kinds of weeb ones. You know, you can do there's the little weeby stuff. You can all these There's loads of opportunities to do these main interlude style events that you can permanent parts of the game that are good standalone stories that give you opportunity to let lots of characters shine that don't normally get a chance to shine in the main story and stuff. Like, am I crazy? I feel like this would make the game so much better, and it doesn't even take more development time than what we're already doing. Like literally just stop making all these shitty events that are just farming simulators that just have character moments attached to them. Instead, attach those character moments to actual events that are more structured, like the GUDAGUDA event here, or the BBB event, CCC, excuse me, and that kind of shit. And then you make it playable forever because good game, right? So again, they market the game as like, an RPG, and a lot of people get into FGO through Fate Zero or Unlimited Blade Works or Fate Extra or whatever, and they've got that pocket of the universe they really like. And so whatever pocket that is, be it the pirates, be it, Artoria nonsense, be it, Nero, whatever, they're probably going to have a main interlude you can go do that's going to really focus on those characters they like, and they're really going to get some screen time and like, oh, this is awesome. And then those characters also have their own interlude, and then maybe they will show up in the main story as well. And they're going to have, a lot of stuff they really like, but it's very RPG-y and, actual story. And yeah, you're not going to snap your fingers and have 10 of these stories, but this game's been running for years. They could have been making events like this from time to time and build up this library. They could have this just giant-ass library of these really awesome self-contained stories that anyone can play at any time and get a good gameplay experience from all the different pockets of the Fate universe. This would stand the test of time so well, right? And then if you ever make FGO a single-player game, if it ever dies, right? It's something you can be really proud of, and the writers can be proud of all this effort they put into it. Seriously, why are we not doing this? Why do we keep making these throwaway events that are just excuses for content and you can't replay them, and they're just wasted in the nether? What are we doing here? And God, you can have a Britain English one. You get your Artoria nonsense. There's no end to the options here. But no, of course not. We can't have any of that. Why is GUDAGUDA not this event? This is a really good event right here, right? Why is this not a main interlude on JP? And then why don't we have story replay? Because when they do main interludes, you're only allowed to play it once. Why? Why? Why do it that way? When you look at how they kind of twink to the CCC event to allow you to just play the main story and focus on the good stuff and just go through it at a natural pace. Do that for all of the events that you make like this, right? That are actually good and actually show off a lot of the cast that needs to be shown off. It's thematic and everything. I mean, that works great, but no, of course not. We don't even have story replay. I know this is massive copium over here, but again, like I said, you don't have to reformat the development structure of the game. You can still have the main writers focusing on the main story like they already are. This wouldn't demand FGO to really add new units at a faster rate than they already are. It's exactly the same as it always is, really. Is just making content in a way that's designed to be more replayable for the future, to really, and for marketing, I think that's good. If people know, oh, I got into Fate, I really like it, and this FGO game's got all these different stories that focus on all these different characters that I can do at any order at any time, and the main story, right? So there's going to be stuff there because a lot of people, they've got their favorite Fate characters, right? For me, it's Ku and Gilgamesh and all that. And when you get into FGO, you want to see those characters, right? And so, again, you're not going to snap your fingers and have, 100 of these stories ready to go, but over the years, you can really build them up, and people are going to have a lot of content for those characters that they like. And yeah, it's optional download. A lot of games already do that. And it's not any different than what we already have. We already have the ability for the main interludes and the main. Look how much main story there is in this game, right? Nothing burger here, this is a bit off topic, but something I was impressed by that Tales of Gacha game. Not a good game, by the way, but they made all the voice acting an optional download, and you could download the voice acting for each story segment if you wanted to, right? And you could just make it temporary. So when you were going to do the main story for X Boss, the loading screen would just load the voice acting for that bit from the server, and it only takes 10 seconds, if that. Probably not even that, really, just a typical loading screen, really. And then after that, it wouldn't keep the files. So that's a really clever way to have more voice acting in a mobile game and not run your file size. If we're talking about Mori's only ever been rated up in GUDAGUDA and then the GUDAGUDA rerun, and that's it. So he doesn't have as many rate ups as Izo, unfortunately. Oh, GUDAGUDA? Yeah, GUDAGUDA hasn't had much in the way of rate ups. Because of that, though, he'll probably get one in the future. He's popular and good. So yeah, I suspect he'll get a rate up at some point. But yeah, if you're on an A, you're gonna have a long wait. Because we're over here on JP and we still haven't gotten one. Let's see. Oh, there's some Hot Wheels action. I'm okay with that. Your odds of getting a 5-star and 400 SQ aren't amazing. It's a bit over 50-50, but if you really want a 5-star, you gotta save up a good chunk. But you know, no safety net, so it's never a guarantee. FGO being awesome. I'm like depressed now because what I just described, I would love that in FGO so much. Because it's, you know, so much opportunity for good gameplay and boss fights and challenge quests and all that. And, you know, characterization. And you know, making the game a, you know, an actual video game, but we're not getting any of that. So Fury, I remember that comment. That was a trip. I tell you though, them adding Mori to the game was one of my favorite things they've done because it was so out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it. He's a 3-star. Love his design, love his voice. One of my favorite, I mean, look how high he is on my sorter list, right? So just out of the blue, they add one of my favorite fake characters, or grown to be one of my favorite fake characters, and also a 3-star, my favorite rarity. So yeah, that was a good time. I have to shoot Nobu in the face. Why am I in slow-mo still? Okay, let's punch some things here. Yeah, I know. I remember that comment was deleted. Feels bad. The reason it got deleted is because people kept leaving super mean comments, right? And I get it. The guy was being a toxic jackass, so in a way you could say it's deserved. But of course that's going to scare them off and make them delete it, right? If people would have shut the fuck up and just ran with it, right? We'd still have the comment. But everyone was, you know, insulting the guy and being big bullies, so the guy deleted it. The one that shocks me that hasn't been deleted is the Zeus video one. But that guy leaves comments where he's trying to take people down a peg on all the time. Like, he's left so many comments like that in so many videos trying to decry people's setups and whatnot. So he probably doesn't even notice. But yeah, he's got that guy gets some scathing replies. Like, holy shit, I'm shocked it's still there. So that comment, that Mori comment, to this day, a lot of people literally can't understand what he's saying, which, I mean, fair enough, it's a mess. English also is clearly not his first language, but the lens to see it through that makes it make a lot more sense is that guy likes Mori a lot, and that guy does not like me, and he's seeing that I like Mori. That's what's going on there, right? No like Green Man, but he like Yelly Man, and like he's pissed that, you know, we both like the same servant, essentially. Yeah, I think there's some screenshots of that comment out there. Thankfully, you know, it's a copy-paste on my channel now, so it's been immortalized, thankfully. That was probably the favorite comment, though. At least, like, it's pretty common to, like, you know, bullshit comments like that, right? And that was a gem, right? I remember when I read that, I was just like, this is a fucking treasure. This is fucking amazing. And the Zeus one's good too. I mean, the Zeus one really is something. Explain that, Medusa? Yeah, I don't think it had a CE there. Oh, hi, Mori. Armored Warrior. Armored Warrior about to get quick drawed here. So this event really does have some good boss fights, but not for a moment. This event is designed so a brand new account can do it, but then it has a lot of optional like difficulty that you can do for a veteran account. It's honestly designed so well that I just do not understand why we haven't made more events like it. really, it's designed so well, I'm convinced it was an accident. Like, it's just, DW gives me no reason to have any faith in them on the programming side of things, so it's like, the fact that this event is good, and it's such an exception to the rule, I'm like, this must have been an accident. Like, this couldn't have been planned. This could not have been planned. Oh yeah, that double Gilgamesh one never caught on like the other comments, but that one's pretty gold, because one, a lot of what he's saying is just ridiculous. And then the boss, the real gem of that comment is everything he's saying is horseshit, and then his example to back it up is trying to use double Gilgamesh in a fight where Gilgamesh makes absolutely no sense. Like, makes absolutely no sense. But you should honestly still be able to beat it even with double Gilgamesh, though, to be honest. I think the guy's just bad. God, there are so many like awesome scenes with Mori in this event. Like he has a lot of good moments. Yeah, I've been reading the some of the translations and stuff. All right, we get one of those. I've got plenty of the 3-star craft essence. Not only do I think this event has a good format with like frequently mixing content up with side bosses and everything, it's not obnoxious. Like how you get the resources to progress in the event is not obnoxious, right? You basically earn taxes, right? You just do free quests, and then anytime you do any quest, it doesn't matter if it's this node or that node or, you know, Bob's node, you'll collect the taxes essentially and get the resources you need to progress. So it's so like you can just do whatever, right? You can literally just do whatever and you can easily progress in the event, right? It's super nice. Like this event is just, it's awesome, and really if we could just get more events like it, I would be happy. Alright, we'll just start at the bottom and go up, grab these apples. Although 30 AP for a bronze apple is not exactly value there. I want to see some Karna animations. I'm okay with this. I am so not worrying about efficient farming right now. I don't give a shit. I'm pretty sure the only bonus you get from bonus servants in this event is like more damage, right? I guess they get more bond too. But yeah, I don't think they like matter. Which that's good. It's nice not having to... I kind of hate events where you need to bring like... If you want to min-max your AP to drop ratios, you have to bring 6 fucking event servants. That gets pretty annoying. Did he actually call them taxes? Yeah, I was just using that as a metaphor. I generally don't like mission-based events, but there's been a couple of mission-based events that have been fine. But yeah, generally mission-based events kind of suck. You know, I could kill 3 of these right now, but I want to see Karna's animations, so... The old AQQ. I really like that quick animation. Karna's animations are just great. Like, they're just so great. I mean, look at this. Karna and Lancelot, I think the animation update for Lancelot are like my 2 favorites. Yeah, that extra attack, it's so good. I like it because it looks good and it's, you know, very like stylistic, but it's also, you know, directly referencing something he can do and it's like done well, right? It's not like just fluff or whatever. Gwane's up there. Gwane's animation update was excellent, and Gwane is like the gold standard now for doing particle effects. I would say in FGO, his particle effects are so much better than everyone else's. So yeah, we're very happy with Gwane's. You know, I don't mind GUDAGUDA's animations, but they're really not. They're not that great to me. Some of them are kind of boring to me. I don't mind them. There's nothing wrong with them. They're totally fine. And I do like his NP. That's a pretty cool NP for sure. But GUDAGUDA is definitely not too high on my list for animations. Not super low either, though. An animation tier list. Boy, that's a concept right there. And I really like Hot Wheels', man. Like, that's some good shit right there. And I like not Virgil, you know, Saito, was it Hajima? I think it's Hajima. I really dig his because they're not nice and meaty and just, you know, slash, stab, but they're not like overblown and like fancy just for the sake of being fancy. And I really like animations like that. Yeah, Mozart, Shakespeare, not so good right now, but animation update, please. These are pretty good. They're not like my favorites ever. Now, see, if Billy ever gets an animation update, it has the potential to be super awesome. I love, you know, guns are cool, man. I'm a big fan of guns, right? You know, gunslingers and everything. But I am so worried they're gonna make it lame, and it's so dumb. It is so easy to give Billy a top-tier animation update. Oh, just shoot him. Just shoot him and have good sound effects, right? Like how you make guns awesome. Is just giving them good sound effects, right? And if it's a first-person shooter, you add like good recoil and stuff, and like look at like Killzone, not Killzone, what is it? Killing Floor, that's the one. You know that. So all you gotta do for Billy is just shoot the gun and give it a good meaty sound effect, right? All you gotta do. But I am so worried that it's gonna have some crappy, you know, sound effect, and worse than that. They're gonna be like, oh, it's just a gun, guys. We gotta find a way to make this more interesting. If he just draw a gun good and shoot good, that's boring, guys. We gotta have him like kick him and like flip and like you know gung fu. Like no gung fu. Shoot them. Point barrel. Pull trigger. Right. All we need here. Right. So yeah, I'm really worried they're gonna fuck that up. Because really, what I like about Billy is he's very meat and potatoes, and he just shoots them. And look at Lost Belt 1. You know, Billy is super awesome in Lost Belt 1 because he just shoots people, right? That's what you want out of Billy, right? Draw fast, shoot good, right? But yeah, I'm super paranoid that Billy's gonna get an animation update, and they're gonna be like, okay, well, we already got one animation where he just shoots the gun. So, have him backflip, and then shoot two guns, and then you know, twirl it like, no, none of this, none of this. And yeah, the sound effects are a big thing, and I'm really worried they're not gonna put effort into the sound effects. Dude, the Kadok moment, I like Anastasia and Kadok and everything, you're just fine, but that moment is so fucking funny, because first off, it's one of the rare moments where I feel like Fate is actually respecting the abilities of their side characters. A lot of times if a side character has an ability that could like fuck up the dramatic moment, they'll just forget about it, or they just won't use it, or it'll just fail because fuck you, right? Because they're all like, oh man, he's gonna use his superpower. No, Billy's like, just shut that down. It's like, because I remember when I was reading it, I'm like, you know, Billy is so fast. There's just no way Kadok would be. Oh, okay, no, Billy does shoot him. Okay, it's like, it's perfect, right? And as Anastasia ends up, you know, eating it, but I love it, man. Like that Lost Belt 1's great because they actually respect the new characters and the old characters, and they actually like have fight scenes and shit. It's great. Like Lost Belt 1 is top tier stuff, man. And Anastasia's awesome. And dude, I swear, you know, again, I like Anastasia, and you know, she's a pretty serious character for the most part, but when she gets blasted, like that, I love that bit because, you know, she's like dying and she's just having a not like this moment. She's like, I never liked guns, you know, that emote, not like this. That's just what she's doing, right? It's just like, I never liked guns. Like, this is stupid, right? It's fucking great. Yeah, bullets. Bullets are a great mat. Don't you love it when they add bronze mats to the game and they add multiple characters at once that all need the bronze mat? Don't y'all just love that? Don't you guys have apples? It's like I just brought Lancers, I think, to a Saber stage, but we'll make it work. Eggs were not a problem for me because I didn't have any of the characters that initially used eggs, and by the time I got Jason and such, I had plenty of eggs from events, so it was never a problem for me. And in the long run, gold mats are just not a problem. Anybody that plays this game for a long time, I think, will agree with that. It's like, gold mats can be a problem when they're first introduced into the game. and if you got those characters that first need them. But as time goes on, the ratio of how you get gold mats from event shops versus the amount that you need is so favorable to the player that they're just not a problem. Like, they're just not a problem in the grand scheme of things. In the short term, of course, they can be a problem, but bronze mats are definitely the ones that just beat you to death, and you know, you can almost never catch up on them if you have a lot of characters that use them. Let's see how we do in this stage here with the wrong team. Yeah, bones are tough. I've actually been farming bones a lot recently because I used a lot of them for Berghest's skills, and then I'm like, well, I want to have some in case I need them in the future, right? So I've been farming that quite a bit. I like how you double added me, Fury. That's something a hater would do, I feel. Can you trade gold mats for silver and bronze mats? What do you think this is? An actual, like, well thought out gacha game? Like, what are we talking? Of course not. Like, of course not. I always like when people say, when someone's like stuck in like bone hell or hero proof hell, you know, very old mats, right? But in the game since day one, and someone's like, oh, just buy, because they're old mats, just buy them in the Mana Prism shop. It's like, oh yeah, like, you know, like a normal video game. Except you can't do that. She's kind of weird lore-wise. She's got like a lot of weird situational stuff. She's got like PFA, but very specific. Like, not nearly as good as PFA. I actually forgot what her NP does lore-wise, though. I read all of her stuff, but that was 2 years ago, and I don't remember now. So actually, I literally could not tell you how powerful her NP is. But she's decently strong. She's not like, off memory, she's not like some rock the boat, you know, going to be beating Gilgamesh anytime soon or anything like that, but she's fine if I remember. So a lot of people don't, but I really like Stage 3 Hot Wheels. I think all three of his stages are just super top tier, and I love them. He's got cool hair, man. Like the green's a little much, but other than that, it's pretty awesome. And he just looks angry. And like the whole, you know, shirtless dude thing can be hard to pull off sometimes and can like really not work, but I mean, Hot Wheels can pull that off pretty easy, I think, so. But yeah, I love all three of his stages. They're all great. I do, if I absolutely had to pick one, I would probably say his stage 2, just because I like armor so much, and that's a really cool armor design. But yeah, it's super close, and I like all of them. And if I ever get my own Hot Wheels, I'll use stage 3, because Eri uses stage 1, and I love Arjuna uses stage 2. So, you know, I don't really know anybody that uses the stage 3. So it'd be just nice to have the variety there. I should probably at least bring the event CEs, or at least attempting to. Man, Lancelot doesn't have his animation update. This is just sad. There's mods here. It didn't take me much at all to get Mori. I got him on like my first summon, and then the next summon I did, I got 2 copies of him, and then I used 1 summon ticket and I got 1 copy of him. This account barely had any SQ at all. It had a lot of summon tickets, but it had like fuck all SQ. That's an opening hand. But yeah, I got pretty lucky. Got him really easy. Not a big deal though, because you know NA is an old account for me, and I've already got him level 100, 2k foe. in P5 on JP, so I wasn't worried about if I got him to max or not, but I got him, so I was like, hey, nice bonus. Why am I in slow-mo again? Oh yeah, right, because of Hot Wheels. That's worth. Man, Lancelot's over on JP with like the best animations ever, and then on NA it's kind of like, eh. Good old Landling. What stage is best for Hot Wheels? I don't know what to vote on here because I guess I like stage 2 the most, but they're basically all the same, and I like them all. So I almost want to vote for one of the other ones just to represent, right? But I guess I'll be honest. I think I do slightly like his stage 2 the most, but it's super close. But I'll vote stage 2 just to be. I don't want to be lying, right? I don't want to be that guy. I'm surprised his stage 2 is the most popular, because generally armor doesn't really get people hype. Like, that's normally my shtick, right? But people seem to really like it. Is pretty badass looking armor though. Like that's a pretty mean looking helmet. I like stage 1 a lot though, because stage 1 is like the colors really work, right? Like the colors really work. It's not as over the top as stage 3, but that can be really good. A lot of times I like things that are more toned down, but it's more toned down, but it's not like calm, right? It's still very Hot Wheels, ragey, all that, right? And I really do like the colors. I think the stage 1 looks great. Kind of weird text they got going on for those missions up there. I just like, though, Hot Wheels, all of his stages are good. That's nice. It's nice having those options, right? They're all very different from each other, but they're all really good. So good shit there. Romulus is another one like that. Super Romulus. I think they gave people a lot of good options. If you wanted a more classical look, you've got it. If you want the really over-the-top look, you got it, right? And it's good stuff. Very happy with how Romulus was handled. Not as happy with how regular Romulus was handled, just because there's almost no variety in his Ascension stages. He's very over the top, right? And that's not really my kind of look, right? That, really extreme, design he's got there. And that's fine. It's okay that it exists. I just wish one of his other stages had been a bit more normal. And like, why does his spear have to be the size of Japan? Like, his spear is the size of Japan. Like, why though? Yeah, it's sad he doesn't have an animation update. Maybe one of these days. I feel like, I've seen a lot of people complain about Berghest's Stage 3, and I'm one of them. I really don't like Berghest's Stage 3, right? It's just way too over the top and just nonsense, right? But I feel like regular Romulus really is the male equivalent to that, if not more so. Like, that's a design and a half, right? Like, he's that's a pretty extreme design there, right? But yeah, thankfully, Berghest has their stage 1, where Romulus does not have any other stage. So all of his stages are extremely over the top. I hate when they make a higher rarity version of a character and forget about the original. I agree, and that definitely seems like the boat we're in right now. What I would do for regular Romulus, give him a costume so he has more variety in his Ascension stages, and give him a nice animation update, because I really like regular Romulus character-wise, though, right? I mean, they're kind of the same character. There's really almost no difference between them, but, he's done some cool stuff in the story. I really like kind of the role he's played in some interludes. Like, really, like, sadly not his own. Romulus's own interlude is garbage, and it's just an excuse to hype Nero, because of course it is. But like Romulus and Arthur's interlude is really awesome. Like really, like good shit. So yeah, I hope they do more for regular Romulus, because although his design is definitely not my cup of tea, I still really like the character, and he is, a really big name in history and legend. So I feel like he deserves some respect here. I don't really like Berghest Stage 2 either because it just doesn't really make any sense, and I don't know. Berghest's design is just so not up my alley, right? I just do not like characters with that. It's one thing to have somewhat exaggerated proportions, but that like super I just, you know, it's not my shtick. So Stage 1 is really the only one I don't mind, but even that one I'm not like super, I don't like super like. But it's okay. I can handle her Stage 1. But I will say, you know, like I've said many times recently, her gameplay is really awesome. It's some of my favorite gameplay they've added to FGO. Is this? I think this is one. Yeah, this is where like if you bring Mori, you get a bonus. This one should be, I think, is really easy though. It's just level 20, but these do get harder and harder. So no story support though, because they give you like unique gimmicks that make the fights easier. I don't want to do that. I'll bring. I think I'll bring George, although I don't know if I have anyone on NA that slots George. Okay, we got Icy. Thank goodness. I'm not sure I'll be able to solo though, just because this is a level 20 stage and is probably a giant nothing burger. I'm actually going to bring Atlas just in case there's debuffs. Kind of annoying that they make you watch those every time you do a stage. They get harder later, Fury. I think they're time gated right now, but there are some funky ones later on that are pretty fun. Yeah, I think day 1 they're a bit limited. So these just have resistance to all attacks, so they're basically Gwen, but they have so little health. These early ones are for like brand new accounts. There's really no chance that they're going to kill my taunt walls. Nice opening hand. God damn it, George. Yeah, I don't. Well, no. I dreamed. Oh, so it's not time gated, so we can gas. That's good, because there's quite a few good stages later that I want to do. Not my anti-lante check in my head, feels bad. Yeah, yours is definitely better than mine. Mine's getting pretty good on JP though. I actually got spooked by her kind of recently, so she's MP4, I think. I need to grail her to 9. I think I did grail her to 90 on my ult, but I don't think I have on my main. Too many things that I want to grail in my main right now. %. Should have used my third skill earlier. Not that it's going to really matter. You know what? We'll let that guy live and see what his NP animation is. Let me have it. They look pretty cool. I feel like her animations have aged pretty well. The only issue is the particle effects are kind of meh, as are most FGO particle effects. But they're not too bad. It's pretty easy to make good archers, though, in my opinion, but yeah, I think hers are good. I wish all servants had, they're never gonna do this now. That's kind of interesting. I don't hate it. But I wish they would never, the only way they could do this is if they were doing it from the beginning. But I wish every servant had one extra sprite, and it was a universal thing on servants. And again, they could never do this retroactively because they'd have to make a billion sprites because there's so many characters now. But when they were creating the characters from the ground up and they just gave them one extra sprite, it wouldn't be a big deal. And it's an evade sprite. I wish they just had like a quick dodge animation, right? So when you have evade go off from your own skill or a Mysticode or whatever, the character's sprite just does a little dodge animation. Kind of like how like Canis and Leonidas, actually I don't think Leonidas does this because old sprite. But you know, Canis blocks with her shield when she gets attacked, right? MASH does that too, I think. So yeah, if you could have a sprite like that for just dodging, that would be really cool, right? And you can make like a, you know, like, kind of like the down dodge, you know, in Smash, right? That kind of animation can be very simple, right? But you know, Ganondorf can do it, so Ivan can handle it, right? But yeah, they do like blocking for some characters. There's like their flinch animations. So it'd be like an alternate flinch animation, but for when you have evade. That would be so like just it would look good, right? You want the game to be visually appealing, right? And that'd be a really good way to do that. Now I'll keep it slow mo. We want to see that awesome NP animation here. Yeah, no, he takes the smack when they get hit. Good stuff. I really do like that NP. Arjuna did so much damage, my game froze. Sounds about right. Is Arjuna worth rolling for as a free-to-play, or is he a safe skip? I mean, it really depends on what you need. He's a very good unit, right? He's very useful for challenge quests and that kind of thing. Not the best farming unit ever, although he is a good farming unit. He's perfectly fine for it. Kind of depends on what you have, though. Like, do you have supports that will synergize with his kit and make him good for farming, or do you not? Do you already have units? Do you not need another AoE unit? Right? It just depends. But he's a very strong unit, and if you like him, go for it. But if you don't have him, I don't think your account is screwed or anything. Okay, can't do that one for a little bit. Is this the Nobus that are like super strong for quite a few turns? I think I know it's a mine. I don't remember if it's that mine, but that's a fun one. Canis can solo it, by the way. I don't need event CE or any of that. Canis can just straight up solo it. It's a good time. Probably shouldn't counterclass yet. These aren't hard enough for that. What do we got here? We just did Atalante, so why not? This is a very laid-back song. Speedy Carrot. If I remember correctly, the challenge quest is scaled around the damage CE, but I may be out of my mind, but I'm pretty sure it's one of those. Pretty much anytime there is a damage CE, and I'm pretty sure there's a damage CE in this event, the challenge quest is scaled for it, but basically nothing else is, so... If you want to enjoy the side bosses, and again, the early ones aren't too tough, but they do get harder. If you want to enjoy them and have them be kind of interesting, I recommend not using the damage CE ever until the challenge quest, then go nuts. That's Medusa on it. Q can solo it, and you don't need the fucking Caneth thingy-mabob. Pretty much anyone really stally can do it. I think you have to play kinda well, though, off memory. What are they doing? Attack down? Oh boy, good thing I brought Atlas, because if you get enough of these, you can't do any damage to them. I actually remember that. It's a shame that your taunt walls buy you so much time here. This gimmick could be really fun. I bet if you're a brand new account, though, this probably is a fun stage. Like, really, it probably is. But if you're not, it's a joke battle. Okay, I need some music with a little bit more energy than this. That's better. Leonidas, what are we doing here? Little loud. The thing is, from a pure free-to-play perspective, if I was on a real budget, as like I don't even have a lot of SQ saved up, right? Because you could be a free-to-play and have loads of SQ saved up, but if you're free-to-play and you don't have a lot of SQ saved up, and you don't particularly like GUDAGUDA, I would honestly pass on them. Because if you're wanting to be practical, and you're wanting to, get units that are going to have a huge impact on your account, there are definitely... supports are just way better. Like that meta or not. Now, if you don't enjoy that meta and you don't want to, do Scatty, Castor, Toria, Merlin, any of that stuff, and you want to pass on that, then sure, GUDAGUDA is good. But supports are just way more impactful on an account than a DPS. That is just a goddamn fact. There are really no DPS that are so impactful that they're going to just like totally carry your account like a support can. That's just not a thing. Now, of course, there are DPS that are really good and super helpful and awesome, like absolutely, but for farming, a lot of the free-to-play units get the job done if they're, especially if they're working with a really powerful support, so. Now, there are DPS that can really carry you in the story and in challenge quests and stuff, like Herc and Haunt Wheels for Archer and all kinds of stuff like that. There's and GUDAGUDA and stuff, there's plenty of really good DPSs that will really help you out in challenge quests and stuff, but so do supports. I mean, of course so do supports. Not sure why I'm bothering to grab these right now, but felt like it. Okay, I almost have enough to do that mine. If I do this one, I'll actually lose the material I need for the mine, but net gain... I think I'll wait one stage to do it. I think we'll do like a free quest here. Wait, actually I gained 10 and I need 5, I think. So no, I can do that one. So I'll do that one, then I'll do a free quest. Where's our boy Fury? Oh, there he is. Fury, have you, like, not logged in a while? Because it doesn't seem to be happening. Alright, well, I mean, playing doesn't count as logging in, because, this game... who are we going to use here? Unlimited Shiki right here. That music clashing though. Oh, I wasn't paying attention who had King Potato Salad. I wasn't looking. I know a few people that have her, so. Do these not have a gimmick? I know this is like a really low end one, but I don't see a gimmick here, game. I'm sure Miyu will get another raid up at some point. The question is, will she get buffed when they do that? And I would say probably yes. I can't... I know these early stages are designed for noobs, but I don't even see a gimmick here, so I don't know what this is. Like, they can cast that skill anyway. That's something they normally do. Didn't even kill Leonidas. You know, just to be safe, I don't want to get, like, quick charged into NP in the face. I don't want to you know, if I actually lost this, that'd be pretty embarrassing. Music, would you like to work here? I don't think there's a gimmick in this stage. I think it's just 3 boars, and that's it. They're high HP. It's not really that high of HP, but I guess comparative to the other newbie stuff, it is. I mean, some people like Miyu just because it's Miyu, but here, I remember there was just, oh my god, this was like a meme back in the day, actually. Man, this song is so quiet. It starts quiet, but then it gets really loud. So I'm gonna have to turn it down in a second. Anyway, how do I, this is a real thing in the FGO community and a lot of communities where it warps people's perception of things. How do I explain this? So, it was a real meme a long time ago when we only had the original collab event with Prismilia, right? So you just had Ilya and Chloe, right? And basically everyone was asking for Miyu constantly. That was like such a thing back then, and people were just so sure that if they ever did rerun the event, that they would add Miyu, right? That was just such a thing, and for a long time, right? Long time. And when they finally did rerun it, they did add her, right? And like everyone expected. And because of that, everyone like assumed she was just going to be so popular, make all the money, and she must be the most popular thing from that and everything. But I don't think that was ever the case. You know, she didn't really sell very well, and I don't really think there was actually that many people that cared. I think it was just like the thing that caught on, and people said it because other people said it, and it was just kind of assumed that she was super popular. But I don't think she was ever actually that popular, like at all. I really don't. I don't think she's like crazy unpopular, but like I think there's other characters that they could have added that would have been more popular. Like, I think it was just a vocal minority, and it kind of just caught on and spread like wildfire. But yeah, I don't think Miyu's that popular. But the fact that you have that and, you know, her gameplay is pretty, she didn't do so great, right? Like, she, not too popular over there. Okay. So actually, I don't even need to do a free quest, because I guess doing one of those stages also gives you the rewards. The tax collection, if you will. So Ku can do this quite easy, like he's like made for this. But maybe we try to find somebody else. So I was really impressed that Canis could solo this, because it's not quite up her alley, you would think. But I'm trying to think. Canis obviously is not out yet, so I'm trying to think who I'd want to use here that actually has a chance, right? Because a lot of stuff that I might want to use for funsies doesn't necessarily have a chance here. So if I remember correctly, you need to stall for like 7 turns or something, and they do insane damage. Let's see. Rongo, Bongo, Alter would obviously fail. There's no... Why would that work? There is no stall in her entire toolkit. Like, that would never do anything. Okay, I might have to use one of my units, because other people's units are so random a lot of the time. So it gotta be people with a lot of survivability. If they had a higher hit count, I would try to make Asterios work here. Unfortunately, I think they're debuff immune. Nothing on the... You know, Passion Lip's an interesting one. I don't think she would work, though, because Passion Lip's thing is massive soft survival, and I don't see soft survival do shit. You can't kill these enemies in the first few turns. It's not a thing. I might try Passion just to see if by some miracle she can... I don't think so. Like, they do way too much damage. The only soft survival I see working here is people that just have an absolutely insane amount of it mixed in with hearts. Like, Fujino can probably do this because she has guts. Although I bet you have to work pretty hard to make Fujino work here. But I could see Fujino potentially being able to do it. Alright, I'll give Passion Lip a shot, but I don't think it's gonna work. Otto, are you here? If you are, can you give her a different craft essence? Maybe a Guts one, or the Canis one, or something like that? Because she's gonna need all the survivability she can get. I'm not sure Otto's here, though. And everything people are suggesting is just like, has absolutely no chance of doing this. Yeah, Otto's here. Protoku can't do this, and there's no way. You could do it on a team, but you could never solo it. Obviously, Herc can do it, but that's different. Like, big fucking surprise on that one. The only way Landling might be able to do it is if he had a really good craft essence and he was in P5, and even then, I kind of doubt it. I don't think damage cut is really enough here. I don't know, I mean, if I take that back. I really take that back. If Canis can do this, Landling might be able to. The thing is, though, Canis could win the millisecond their shields were down, right? Because AoE. Landling couldn't do that. Whenever their shields go down, it's not like... I literally forgot what slot I was looking at. Oh, yeah, extra. It would still take Landling, 3 or 4 turns to win. So that'd be a real problem. Because I want to say Canis mostly can solo this because of her guts. I'm so pissed. My old computer, I've got the footage on that hard drive of Canis soloing this. And I even edited it. And I thought I transferred that footage to an external hard drive before I switched computers, but I didn't. I could still boot up that computer, but I have to hook it up and it'd be a real pain in the butt. That really sucks. I wanted to post that video when this came to NA, but I kind of fucked that up. Because honestly, right now, I'm curious. I want to watch my footage of Canis doing this because I want to remember how she does it and if she got value out of her damage cut and whatnot. Because if all you need is guts, then a lot of people can do it, but I think you need more than that. I'm guessing she at least gets 1 turn out of damage cut and like attack down if debuffs work. And then she probably gets 1 turn out of guts, and then 1 turn out of the Mystic Code, or some nonsense. And then I'm pretty sure she just wins the second the enemy shields go down. She just instantly blows them all up. I like how it says tremendously increases attack, which is true. Their attack stat here is absolutely... Yeah, I was right. It's 7 turns. Like some fuck was like, it's 5 turns. That ain't 5, that's 7. Get a calculator, champ. Alright, let's go for I guess the big one. We'll basically do no damage here, though. Don't worry, guys. We got Divinity. I tell you, if Canis CD makes a video for this, even though Ku does not need the Canis thingy, he's going to use it, and he's going to talk about the flat damage getting around which it does. The flat damage does get around the gimmick here, but there's no world where you're getting enough flat damage for that to make a significant difference. Like, that's because, Ku's got Divinity, you can do the flat damage command code, and the flat damage from the Canis thing, and then you're ignoring this damage resistance thing they have. But, like, at most, you're going to do, like, 10k damage or something right before the turn's up. I mean, maybe more than that, but it's not that relevant. Okay, you can debuff them, so I bet you... Oh, I'm so pissed that my footage of Canis doing this is on the other one, because I bet you do attack down and then the damage cut and you get 1 turn out of that. I bet you do, and then you get 1 turn out of the guts and then 1 turn out of the Mystic Code, and then you probably use Atlas and you're able to get the, you probably cast, I bet you pre-cast the guts and then you get it back, so you get guts again with Atlas. Like, I bet you that's that whole shtick, right? And you should probably just barely survive long enough, and then just 1 turns and kills them all, right? That's pretty cool. But yeah, the footage is on the other computer, and if I salvaged it now, it's kind of too late to post it. But I don't know, maybe I hook that up and do that later. But I don't know, we'll see. Do I have a damage cut command code, so I'm going to use that. I'm going to need all the help we can get here. I bet you if Canis does this, I bet you Fujino can. Look at that damage. Look at that. We are so... Did one of them buff? If one of them buffed, we're so lucky. Because if they hadn't buffed, we would be dead right there, and Guts would have already gone off. I mean, that's what... That is some nonsense right there. Hold on, I forgot what her second skill does. The last time I used her was when I was testing her for the tier list video. Fuck, I messed up. Her second skill also has defense up on it. Does she have her upgrade yet? Her second skill upgrade? Is that on an A? Yeah, big boo-boo there. I may need to cast some of these early so they might actually come back at the last second. Why is this song so loud? Holy crap. I have like the sound turned down so much. She's close, but I don't think she's gonna make it here. All right, yeah, the cooldown on that is super short. I mean, we could go for the insta-kill, but that ain't gonna happen. We'll give her another shot. I'm not sure we played that quite right. Because she is close. The question is, would she be able to one-shot all of these when their shields do go down? Yeah, she needs to last another turn so she can invulnerability on this turn. They still got 2 turns, though. I can easily see her getting 1 more turn. 2 turns is going to be tough. I'm not sure the heal's going to matter, but we'll see. We may have to NP to just do every little thing we can. Because we need to buy 2 turns, and I can really only see being able to buy 1 turn, so that's going to be tough, I think. Yeah, that's a thing right there. Alright, where, God. Of course, oh, that's why that guy was asking earlier. That's why it was asking who had the King protein shake, excuse me. I fucking hate support lists in this game. Might need to remove some people, because, I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's like, you can't even summon the same thing twice. You can beat this really, I think you have to do something late. You have to do something to unlock Ku for this stage. But if you do unlock Ku for this stage, the story support one, he gives the whole team PFA and guts. So it's really easy. Otto is dead, by the way. Reduced to ash. There we go. We actually might want the Canis one instead of Guts, just because we could get lucky and maybe get more turns out of it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll try with Guts one more time, and if it fails, then I say go for Canis. Maybe we use... I think we might use default, because by the time Atlas gives us her skills back, it's too late to matter. Where the attack up will actually help us kill them all, and then the heal, with our own heal, might be enough to live a turn. We're gonna have to time this very carefully. 5-hit PFA. Yeah, what a joke. I like how it says you needed a lance with guts. They know what they're talking about. Isn't there a... I wonder how much we could get out of like a defense up CE. Because defense up CE with her own defense ups might hit that breaking point where you basically don't take any damage regardless of how much damage they're doing. That might actually be better. It depends. This stage is only hard though if you kind of... Did I not taunt? What? It's either I didn't taunt or NA doesn't have the update that fixed the taunt bullshit. But I think I just didn't taunt, which is weird. I literally never make that mistake when I play on my own, but I do that every once in a while when I'm streaming. And now I can't summon auto again. I love this game. Why on earth would you think Gorgon could do this? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, of course not. Okay, I gotta remove people. Like, this is ridiculous. The thing is, I literally know every single person on here, right? It kind of sucks. So, okay, if I remove you, you can just send me an invite, and, you know, I can add you again later. Anytime I want to use someone's unit, like, hey, can you use my X or Y, or I'm looking for X or Y, like, I have X or Y, right? Because my god, this is just way too many fucking people. Might have to go up. That's a lot of Knights of the Round Table right there. I'm gonna have to nuke this though, because I already have access to a lot of that stuff. Gotta be practical here. I do approve of all the Knight of the Round Table hype though. That's a William Tell. Only NP1? Are you? You must be saving as. I know you like William Tell a lot, so you must be waiting to get him through FP, because you're probably free to play and trying to be economical. And like, as much as you like William Tell, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot because you knew Asclepius was coming and Mori was coming and maybe some other golds you care about. Yep, yeah, that had to be. That's smart though. That's the right thing to do, because ultimately you're going to get NP5 William Tell no matter what you do. And there's so much stuff added around the time. Like, that's a good move, honestly. I didn't do that on JP, and I regretted it, right? Like, I rolled to get William Tell to, like, NP3 at least, but then Asclepius was instantly added, and Mori, and all these other things, right? And I regretted that, so, yeah, good, smart move. And that's some willpower right there, though, because I know they're a huge William Tell fan. What do... Might have to remove one of Arjuna's just because I can re-add Arjuna at the drop of a hat. I gotta keep the one that has Arjuna though. Okay, we'll keep the main one. I think that's the main account, and we'll kill the ult. But I can always add the ult later. Because yeah, gotta get these numbers down. This is absurd. I hate removing people though, because especially when you literally know who they are, right? It fucking sucks. Like, if FGO would just add a goddamn, you know, better support system that actually worked, I could just add everybody. Like, that'd be awesome if I could just add all my regulars. That'd be great. Every time they update the support system, they do something stupid that doesn't even do anything. Like, it's like irrelevant. I love Karna is my main on NA. Well, not a good start. Frustration intensifies. Well, you know, you can always be re-added when like something's applicable, you know, because then I'll obviously make room. But yeah, no, I normally have 20 invites on NA, so Look, NA doesn't make it easy, okay? Or the DW, really. It's not an NA problem. Okay, I think I already messed up. I think I need to cast. Well, her one skill is only for one turn. I could have potentially, if I brought Atlas, I should cast the other skills in advance. But I didn't bring Atlas, so I guess we'll just cast this stuff now. Well, we'll get the other damage cut from our command code, which will do very little, but every little bit helps. I am curious, if we have a defense up CE, that might make a big difference here. She didn't buy her skills didn't buy us one turn. It didn't buy us one turn. Alright, we'll give her one more try, but yeah, you need hard survival. Hard survival is so much better than soft survival here. Let's go defense up, Otto, give her a defense up, CE. And we'll see if that hits like the tipping point for survival there. I doubt it. But yeah, I don't think she can do this. She could probably do this though if you like give her help. You know, you give her the George Bond CE and that kind of stuff. But the whole point is soloing it under the same circumstance the units that can solo it with. You know, Ku can do it with just the typical taunt walls and so on and so forth. So if you need extra help, you know, you're not really proving yourself, right? If they're not male, Kodomine is the best one. If they're male, though, then there's that 30% one. Actually, defense up will do something. When their damage is that large, an extra 20% cuts off a lot of damage. The issue is the middle Nobu just does so much damage. There are some units that have so much defense up that a defense up CE makes them have like 90 to 100% defense, and then they don't take any damage at all. But Passion Lip is not one of those units, unfortunately. I wish they made more generic craft essences. Some of them are actually like really good. So having a 5-star defense up would be nice, actually. They're over there doing 7k. Well, not much NP gain. There's like no world where the healing is going to help us. Like, that's just copium right there. I'll do the heal boost anyway, though. I don't like where you put these command codes, though. Not at all. Because I basically can't do the combo I need to do for NP gain and maximize my survivability. Although I'm guessing these command codes are kind of designed for more general gameplay. Although I wonder why this is here. That's peculiar. Was this for like a video or something? I feel like that must have been for a video. What do I do? I guess I do... Nope, not that. We'll do it that. There we go. I don't want the heal boost hitting the shitty Nero command code. That'd be really bad. Okay, one of them, buffed. Still not enough. Good lord, that close, almost, but yeah, nah, she does not have enough soft survival for that. Because you need a lot. You need so much soft survival for it to mean anything. If she was going to do that, you'd have to rely on things like the Canis thingamabob, and then like some luck, and then like the taunts doing more, you know, cheating essentially. I don't know if we can actually see you, Fury. If you literally like don't just log in, the odds of me getting you are pretty crap. There we go. Gotta like refresh a billion times. You're probably gonna want a different CE than that, Fury, but we can try it regardless. Like, Ku can do it with literally any CE, but that's because it's Ku. I think she's gonna have a hard time here with that. She can do her attack down, though. I need to take a quick break. I gotta deal with my sinus issues. If I don't, I'm gonna regret it. So give me 1 minute here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry that took so long, but my symptoms are getting kind of bad, so I had to do a lot of stuff. And while I was doing it, the fucking handle on my sink came off. So that was a thing. Anyway, all right, what are we doing here? Not the best opening hand I've ever seen. She might need the Canis CE. I don't know why I just said that. Well, I'm sure I'm gonna eat it for that one. Anyway, yeah, we could use that one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the gifted subs. I blame the medicine. That's my defense here. God, he was so ready for that. What a bunch of bullshit. Anyway, moving on. That was a lot of gifted subs though, making up for lost time, I see. I appreciate the support though, in a way. Quick draw sub. I went for so long without saying it, man. I can't, anyway. Let's see. I'm gonna NP here because I want the attack down. Does she have debuff clear command code? She does. Oh, I guess fuck. The big heal CC doesn't exist on NA yet, does it? Let's see. Maybe I shouldn't have done the H. Well, it's still worth, I think. I think we do that. So we get the attack down, baby heal, and then the damage cut. It would only be bad if they added a Canis CC. Oh god, got nervous for a second there. And a Canis CC. But they probably wouldn't have both, so. We just got so lucky. We just got so lucky. They double buffed or debuffed. Let's see, what do we do here? I guess full NP gain. Although I could do heal boost. Yeah, I guess we do the heal boost. It's barely anything, but I mean... Yeah, we gotta do the best we can here. I really am thinking about hooking up my other computer to salvage that footage, because the fact that Canis can solo this, when I look at the issues people are having, is pretty fucking impressive, honestly. I am not sure Fujino can do this, although we'll try it with the Canis CD and see what happens. Because she's close, so I could... The problem... Fujino will make it, I think, to the turn. It's just... unless she kills all three of them right there, she'll lose. If Beasley was here, he could tell us if she could do it, because I'm sure he's messed around with this a lot and gotten really optimal with it. But yeah, we'll try it with... I will say, because she got really lucky and she's still failing, that doesn't bode well for her. Why did I do that? I should have saved her second skill. We need a Buster crit on, like, the turn. We're not gonna make it there, though. We're gonna be one turn off. Dude, I should have absolutely gotten that Canis footage. Because the fact that Canis can do this when so many other units can't, that's actually worth a damn. Yeah, she's not even making it to the turn. Wow. If I had remembered that it was this tough to do without like the extra help, I definitely would have gotten that footage because it's pretty impressive. All right, let's give her one more go here. If you can slap something like Caneth on there. Do someone else first? Alright, let's see. What do we got here? There's not a lot of units in the running, I would say. I'll try one of mine, actually. We'll give Proto-Ku his best shot, like, possible here. Although mine on this account's not level 100, so I guess it's not his best shot, but it's a shot. Rat Jam, though. I forgot to fix Rat Jam last night. It just slipped my mind entirely. We got, dude, look how good that, the hyper, I forgot the name of that emote there, that Rainbow. The Rainbow Please was so good with the music there. That was perfect. The song's kind of changed now, but where the song was earlier, that was so spot on. Yeah, so Blob Dance and Rainbow Please work. It's just Rat Jam that died, so I gotta remember to fix that. It sucks because Rat Jam is so good. I gotta make sure I fix that. Rainbow Please is super good too, though. It's pretty great. Oh my god, the blob with Rainbow Please, that's great. Yeah, we gotta play the song again here. The only crime of that song is it's too short. It's great. Emotes are fun, man. Okay, let's see. Hey, Gallon. Well, we got plenty of NP gain. Okay, I'm breathing a bit better now, which is good, because man, I was feeling pretty shitty for a second there. Believe it or not, not being able to breathe is not the best thing. Alright, we have what? See, that's... We can't recast it because we're... Okay, let me think. Somehow I have to live here. So I need one of them to buff. I need this one to buff and then PFA to block this one, and because we have enough health. We have enough health to face tank this one. So this one needs to buff, this one needs to hit PFA, and then we can invulnerability when they triple NP, and then we can PFA again. So we just, if he gets light, see, this is why Ku's better, because Ku does the same thing, but he has fucking guts. Yikes. Okay, well, RNG please. I can only take 2 hits if it's from 2 small Nobus. The big no, we're dead. Unless the big Nobu buffs. Yeah, no, the big one does too much damage. Yeah, I needed that first one to buff. Because yeah, those 2 I could potentially survive, but yeah, if that first one had buffed, and then PFA blocked the second one, I would have face tanked the third one. So if Proto-Ku gets lucky, I think he can do this. That sucks. That he was really close there. It doesn't look like he was close, but he actually was. Yeah, Ku is just strictly better for this than Proto Ku. Fury, can we get can we get the Kenneth thing here? I don't how the fucking login in this game doesn't even make sense. I'm about out of things to try that make even half a degree of sense here. I mean, there's always that, but I don't think anyone questions Hercules here. He'd be able to do it with his JP buff? Uh-huh. That's a double feels bad. Dude's name is Atlas. Let me look at my units. Where are the Georges? So, why do I have a feeling I removed people that had Georges up? God damn it. It's doesn't have the good CE, but I might... Okay, there we go. No, it's two effects of the same don't count, but I wouldn't use it here anyway. Like, if you already have an effect, you try to apply the effect, it won't stack, unless it specifically says it does, which is pretty rare. Alright, what do I guess, I mean, this could do it, but, there's not much else here that really even has a chance. I guess Scath, because you could stun the big one, but I don't think Scath would work here. I'll try it, but that seems like... The only way I could see this working is if you had, like, the Merlin command code, and then you had a gut CE, and you got really lucky on your NP gain, and you got your NP really fast. That's, like, the only way I could see it working. Let me make sure there's not... I mean, obviously Ku, but no need to do that again. Although I might do it later just cause, but... Yeah, the only way I see this working is if you had like the Merlin command code and you got super good luck with getting your NP quick. Nero could be fun. She might be able to do it. She'll be pushing it though, because all of her healing won't do anything. Probably Kenneth for her as well. She is AoE, so that's actually a big help. Being AoE here means you can just win super... What a joke! I'm like, yeah, she's gonna need good NP gain! And yeah, there we go. There it is, guys. Leonidas, though, he's ready. Fucking maximum NP gain for Leonidas here. I wish I had remembered how few units could do this, because then I absolutely would put that Canis one up, because it's kind of bizarre that Canis can do this, but things just line up well for her. I don't think Oki could do this, and if she could, it wouldn't take as long as most of her solos normally take. The music knows. If only her NP gain was better. Why couldn't it, dude? Why couldn't you all do that again? Why couldn't you all do that against Proto Ku though? Like literally, why couldn't you guys do that against Proto Ku? What the fuck? Little shits. I like how we had evade and they only attacked once. So she doesn't have Divinity, so she doesn't get that little poke damage in. Okay, so she needs Guts to not go off this turn. So the big one will be stunned, so that'll lower the damage we take here by quite a bit. So unless we get crit, we should be fine. Why can't these Nobus be playable? Oh, it's gonna be no! Why? Why? Are you kidding me? And look, we could evade again? Oh my god. Why, game? We gotta give her another try. I don't think she can win, but... Oh my god. Took an L on that one. Let's see what Fury's got, though. We should give her at least one more try. God. And of course, now Fury is gone. There we go. Oh yeah, doesn't that have damage cut on it? Probably won't make any difference here, but yeah, I know it's got the evade. Which, if you wanted to use the George Bond CE, you would use that one instead, because they do stack. But we're obviously not doing that, because that's cheating. None of that help nonsense. Oops. That is really something to remember, that if you're gonna... And it's the opposite for David, right? If you're gonna have David give evade to the team, then you want to use Kenneth. But then if you're doing like George's Bond CE or VC Braun dying or something like that, then that one, it's called Sunlight something, I don't remember what, but... or Under the Sun. I think it's different in JP. I think it's like Under the Sunlight or some bullshit. Music knows. Well, we're not gonna NP here. Do I wait a turn or do I cast it now? The attack 3 times, I cast it now. I'll do it now. Tiny heal. Better than nothing, though. Wow, lucky, lucky. But if we're ever gonna win, this would be the one. If only Protoku had had this luck, he would have won, like, absolutely. Well, we've got 3 damage cut effects here. Thinking I should have cast my guts 1 turn later though, because we got so lucky there. That was a crit. That's a crit. That was scary. That was nice, though, that we had triple damage cut for that 1 hit. That wasn't too bad. Alright, we're pretty much guaranteed to die on this turn. So if it wasn't the last turn of Guts, I would NP for the attack down on the off chance that we survive here. But we're not going to survive here. So I need to win. If we make it to when their shields go down, we have to win in 1 turn. That's going to be tricky. Man, Ku really, not story support Ku, just regular Ku really gets to show off here because when it comes to just pure hard survival, he's pretty much the best. Let's see. Still have 2 turns. Oh boy. She's close, but I don't think she's quite got it. A big thing that's gonna hurt her is just I don't see her killing all 3 in 1 turn. I can see her killing 2, but I don't see her killing all 3. That's an animation. Oh, the screaming. Let's see. Well, as much as I don't like it, I basically have to do this. I've got to live 1 more turn without guts going off, but it's gonna go off. There's no way it won't. Even if I did the attack down, it would go off. When you're this close. This is why Canis can do it though, because Canis basically has the same survival in this kind of context. Because it's pretty much maybe 1 turn from the... Because she does triple attack down for all 3 of them, which is nice. And then the damage cut... But you only need the damage cut to buy you 1 turn. So normally Fujino's damage cut is better than Canis's, but they're basically the same in this one, because they're both will value 1 turn, and that's all you need. So they both get 1 turn from damage cut, 1 turn from guts, and then Atlas you get it again, and then Craft Essence is 1, and then Mystic Code is 1. The difference is, so Canis makes it to this point right here, and their buffs are gone, and then Canis just kills all 3 of them. Because again, they work the exact same way, it's just LOL Canis go boom, so... Yeah, Canis' damage cut is higher. Now, normally, Fujino's is ahead because Fujino's lasts for 3 turns no matter how many hits. Canis only lasts for 3 hits. The thing is, you only need it for 3 hits because you only need it to buy you a turn. Because for Fujino, if it buys her a turn, her health will be so low on the consecutive turns, the damage cut doesn't matter anymore. Right? It only matters on that 1 turn. So Canis is actually, it's insane to say this because there's almost no other situation that this would be true, but Canis like has just objectively better survivability than Fujino here. Because for that 1 turn you need damage cut to do something for you, Canis's blocks more damage, and then she'll have triple attack down on the enemies, and then she also has guts, and then she'll get it back in time with Atlas and all that, so she can... This turn we're on right now, like where their buffs have just worn off, Canis gets to this point easier, a little bit easier, it's more reliable. And then if you get to this point, Canis just, you know, kills all 3 of them, no problem. Where Fujino can probably kill 2 here, but I don't see her doing more than that. And she might not even be able to kill 2, we'll see. So if I do BBB, we probably kill 2. The problem is that any world where we live would involve like doing the other damage cut and everything. Because they don't have the attack up anymore, so she needs to be able to face tank. Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. I have to do BBB though. Like I have to do BBB. Like I've got to kill the other one. That sucks though because their attack up is gone. So now Fujino's damage cut is better than it was before. Like it actually does her more good now. But if I don't kill 2, it's GG anyway. Crit? I like how she didn't crit with either of those. Woo! At least she killed it. Oh shit. Oh shit. I gotta be able to kill it next turn. Do I do the heal damage cut in case it does just a tiny amount of... I definitely want to do the damage cut I think I need to do B. I need to do this. Oh shit, man. Oh, she might kill it now. Down to the wire here. Ooh! So if he crit, we would have died. Like, absolutely, if he crit, we would have died. But yeah, once their attack up is gone, her damage cut gets better. How about that? Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. That when their attack up wears off, that all of a sudden her damage cut becomes way better. Because earlier, if you were down at low health like that, the damage cut does nothing. But when their attack up is gone, it does. Oh shit, that's impressive. I like that. So yeah, that is kind of video worthy. Jesus. That's awesome. I'm glad she pulled that off. I bet you Beastly already knew this. I'm telling, because Beastly plays Fujino so much, he probably already figured this out. And he's probably known this whole time that you gotta get the attack up to wear off, then you have the damage cut come in clutch at the last second. He probably already knew all this. I wish he had been here because he would have just laughed at me. It's a level 1 CE, lol. That's pretty cool. I might make that a video. That's something different. Yeah, that might be a video. We'll hold on to this stage then. We'll just do the other ones. Who do we have to do for a fraction of my power? Alright, let's see. What else can we do? We might need to do a free quest to collect some taxes. Okay, we can do this one. Music knows. Dude, that was satisfying. That turnaround, we were all like, oh man, she so close but can't quite do it. And it's just like, hold my bridge. Not 10, 10, 10, shaking my head. Good thing Zaw's not here to see this failure. Any tips on using Mori? I mean, crit good. It's like, he's all about burst, so, you know, you use stuff like Mozart, Shenggong, Merlin, you know, Waver, that kind of stuff. Just very bursting. You want, and like, Star Bomb CEs. Star Bomb CEs are super good for him. But I never used Merlin in my videos for Mori, but you can absolutely use Merlin with him, so... I mean, you'll get Shenggong in like no time. And in the meantime, just use... I don't know why people don't see this. I keep seeing people act like Shenggong is better than Merlin. I'm sorry, that's just not accurate. Shenggong's great and everything, but he is absolutely not as good as Merlin, right? And at best, Shenggong can make other broken supports like Merlin better because of the cycle. But a lot of budget teams, you don't even use cycle for him. You can't afford it, right? But I say this all the time. They'll be like, oh, yeah, it's a budget team, but they're using Shenggong, and it's basically Merlin. It's like, it's really not. I wish, but yeah, it's not. Okay, we're about to get AoE'd in the face here. Good music. This kind of seems like a stage with no gimmicks again. Dude, I say that all the time. I mean, I've gotten so many YouTube comments like that, and I've seen people say that in Discords and stuff. Like, I say it all the time. George, why do you have 49 health? George, we gotta talk about this. If he had died there, right, you know, it's like the turn canceled because of the taunt. And look, he comes in here with his L'Oreal hair and just takes all the cards. You know, one would have been enough, George. Kind of a good thing this stage doesn't have a gimmick, because we're about to take a lot of damage. But we got it. It's kind of, again, a nothing burger. The boards don't seem to get any love in this event for gimmicks. Dude, that was so dumb because the only reason we needed such a good chain on Mori was because we were using a level 70 Mori with a fucking level 3-star CE. Like, that was so dumb. Like, if you did that fight with a normal Mori in a normal context, you would need like 2 Mori cards tops, right? You wouldn't need a fucking Brave Chain, let alone that specific of a Brave Chain, right? A lot of times if you need a Brave Chain with Mori, like, you could do BAB or BBA or BAA or BQA or, you know, just like literally whatever the fuck. But no, we needed, you know, something super fucking specific, and yeah, we kept getting BQA over and over again. Where if it was a normal Mori, that would have worked, right? It's so stupid. Because remember, I think I even demonstrated it. I used a regular Mori with a regular craft essence, and you could break that first bar like it was nothing. Right? It's fucking stupid, dude. Swearing like a sailor right now. I don't know why, but I was just reminded. I'm thinking of horse shit like that, where I had to, like, you know, deal with bullshit that you shouldn't have to deal with. I just remembered the language, by the way. Anyway, I just remembered when I did that, like, just chill video where I made a video of like Atalante and Achilles doing the Summer 3 challenge quest, because I'd already made videos for the Summer 3 challenge quest, so I was just having, you know, fun, you know, thematic team, units I like and stuff, you know, nothing serious. And it was just supposed to be a quick, you know, video, you know, just kind of filler. And so I recorded it, you know, no problem, and then I remember everything that could possibly go wrong went wrong. Some of the audio got corrupted in that video. A lot of the audio got corrupted in that video, so I had to literally, I don't even know why I bothered, but I had to record the sound effects and the voice lines to like put in the sound effects myself, and that just took forever, and I was finally done with that, like, okay, I can just post the video now. And then the upload kept failing. Like, YouTube would just shit a brick, I remember, and the upload just kept failing over and over. I had to upload it like 3 or 4 times. I remember I had to stay up super late to get that fucking video and it was just a stupid filler video, dude. And at that point I had invested so much time, I couldn't not post it, right? I couldn't go through all that effort to fix the sound effects and then not post it, right? So I couldn't just abandon the video. I should have, but you know, I just couldn't. God, that was really frustrating, dude. I remember getting so, yeah, sunken cost fallacy, 100%. Oh my god, dude. Now that the video's done, right, you know, dude, I'm so pissed that I lost that Kingu video, because I was really proud of that setup. Because, you know, back then you didn't have, like, good ways of dealing with Avengers, and at least, I didn't even think that kind of setup would work, but it did, and I was so proud of that video, and I was like, nope. Yeah, that sucked. If I ever get story replay, I'll remake that team. Like, if they ever add story replay, I'll do it again. The problem is, I think some of those units have been buffed and everything, so trying to make it the exact same circumstance would be kind of difficult, but I would still want to do it just because. All right, there's another stage we could do. I don't know if these give you. I don't think these ones actually boost your taxes. I want to focus on those first because it just makes sense. I have a nickel for all the issues. I feel like your answer to everything is just throw nickels at it. It seems to be the way of it. By the way, so a lot of people can watch ads for bits now, and the UI is there for me now, but if I try to do it, it says try again later. It's just like, fuck you, you don't get to do this. You don't get to have bits to throw at Cairo. That's what I was gonna do, I was gonna throw them at Cairo, but yeah, I don't know. Some people say it's like a regional thing right now. I don't get it. Maybe they're rolling it out slowly again or something. If I do it early in the morning, I wonder if there's like a limited amount that can be done. That's how it's been shown to me for years. Ugh, yeah, it wasn't even there for me earlier. Add money, thanks, lost. Alright, why not? Oh god, she doesn't have an animation update even on JP. I don't know why I don't know why I thought she did, but I'm sitting here like, yeah, no, she still looks like crap. Yeah, I don't have the meme like I do on JP with 210-2. I love 210-2 because it's not even 110-1, right? Yeah, of course Mori and Ku are friends because, like, if you look at the way Ku is, like, Mori's like a more extreme version of him in some ways. There's certainly some differences, obviously, but like, and they have a lot in common with being kind of bros outside of combat, but then being ruthless in combat and enjoying fighting a lot and that kind of thing. But I really liked being able to watch ads for bits because it's nice to be like the streams you really like hanging out in. You can get streamers' attention and also support the stream and then do it for free, right? It's awesome, right? Who doesn't like that? But yeah, they make it really hard to do for some reason. So yeah, Ku's more into like the fishing and odd jobs, They're still different though. They definitely, they have stuff in common, but like their code of conduct and everything is still different. And the thing is, Ku doesn't really look for a fight. That's it. Ku, outside of combat, is not looking to get into a fight, but he does really enjoy fighting. But he doesn't like look to get into a fight. Mori really does look to get into fights. Like almost every voice line he has, he's trying to start fights with somebody. Look at everyone showing off that they get bits now. But thank you for the bits, guys. Dude, I remember when I used to work at that parking place, like really early on, that guy didn't know what dollar coins were, and he was like mad, and he actually threw them at me, and then I just kept them. It was great. Gotta enjoy somebody getting salty, and got free money out of it. Good times, man. Yeah, there was this guy where this machine had given him back his change in dollar coins, and he thought they were tokens and not dollar coins. And when he ran by, he like quickly shouted something and threw them at me, and then like ran off, so I couldn't respond or anything because of course, brave man. But yeah, I was like, I'll take the money. I was like, fuck it. Why am I getting tokens? Yeah, thank you for the 100 bits. You're fucking icy, dude. I can't believe you changed your name to that. What even, like, what the fuck? What was that literally just to troll the stream, or was there some other reason for that? Like, oh shit. We might die here. I forgot about this stage. And nothing's capital too, dude. And oh my god, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I like dollar coins, and half dollar coins are good too. Look at all these bits I'm getting right now. Yeah, I'd have to actually buy bits to give them to Cairo. I mean, like, shit. Alright, so the Coward's Way Out is bringing a CE that has Sure Hit on it. But, we'll see what we can do here. Wonder what the chance is. I feel like the chance is pretty high. Well, she wouldn't mess this up, would she, chat? She's got waifu powers, right? She's popular. Don't worry, I throw a nickel to Kaibo one day. Wait, you give him a nickel? Wait, to give to me? Or what? Like, I'm confused here. Because Cairo doesn't hate... He doesn't hate nickels like I do, which I don't think he does. Well, she hit it one time. She's in trouble. She's not looking so good here. How hard do these things hit? Okay. Nope, nope. Oh, okay, we got one! I like how it's evading when it's dead. Oof. Why'd you have to crit? Command codes would really help here. I should have used her crit up skill there. If only my NP would land. See, the more turns you buy yourself, the more turns the more chances you have for good luck to hit them a lot. She didn't hit it a single time. How dodgy are these golems? Like, what kind of workout plan did he have? What is this nonsense? Can we get a crit that lands? 90%? I don't think it's quite that high. Not 1-1 would also help. You shut your whore mouth. This is the optimal. This is the optimal way to win. See, because if we win, we save all of those mats. That emote is amazing. Holy crap! What is that? So wait, did no one just change all of their emotes? Do the I don't even know what it was before, but the white fuzzy thing, is it like a... Is it all yellow fuzzy things now? Because these emotes are really good, but I really liked the other ones. Like, these are really good emotes, but I really liked the other ones. Like, some of those white ones were like 10 out of 10. Okay, that one still exists. Okay, that's good. It's pretty incredible, honestly. Come on! But Eri is correct that if we were 10-10-10, our third skill would come back, and we would, you know, we have more opportunities to land some hits. Also, that one Buster card that hit earlier would have done a lot more damage. Think we're gonna die. She's close. I want to do this with somebody that doesn't have sure hit. That'll be. Although the only downside is this rewards the exact kind of gameplay that the other stage rewards. Right? You want to. So you got the units you're going to be looking at are pretty similar to what we were looking at before. I really like. What do you even call those emotes? Like the, you know, I'll put it in chat here, like the, you know, like that. I don't know what you call that, but I love those kinds of emotes. And I honestly, I love like just the text version that I just put there. I just love that, right? It's so good. I love some of these in chat right now. Great. Wait, what stage was it? It's this one. Okay. Who do we try? Achilles is a fun one because he's AoE. Yeah, let's try Achilles. Let's give him a shot at it. All right, that's kind of fun. Like, he's good for it, but he's not, you know, it's not like bringing Ku with sure hit and just LOL you win. By the way, if you haven't noticed, Ku's really good, and he can beat like all of these. It's kind of great. Reject modern emotes, return to written emotes. Yeah, that's kind of what... Some written emotes really are good. I like the salute one. I dig that one. I like both, though. It's nice having both. A lot of fun to be had. Holy crap, Eri, what is that? Jesus. Let's go quick chain. Oh my god, I'm finally breathing better. Thank goodness. That was getting rough, man. I was actually killing my mic a lot to breathe there. I guess this. Air is good. Yeah, I agree with this. Wow, he's getting some luck right now. Get some hits in there. So AoE gives you 3 shots at once, which, why did I not... Achilles throws me off like that a lot, and it's because a lot of times you don't want to cast it on turn 1, because it'll wear off too soon, because it's not like PFA, where it lasts forever. I generally like casting it on turn 2. That's generally the safe bet. But yeah, I have a tendency, especially when streaming, to just forget. Because I'm too busy blabbing I see you, Fury. Okay, we only hit one. It could be better. Oh, come on. There we go. So we hit 3 and then we attacked 3 more times. So we had 6 hits there, but hardly anything actually landed. Get him. We need 1 hit. Literally 1 hit to kill this guy. No. Imagine attacking 4 times and none of it working. Don't worry, guys. We have defense up, though. Come on. Come on. Literally 2 of them are on death's door. Gotta do everything the hard way. You hit the one that isn't on death's door. Oh, come on. Come on! How many times have we attacked that? There we go. I was about to say, how many fucking times have we attacked this guy on death's door? Jesus Christ, at least we killed 1. Jeez, dude. Oh man, I love this music. Armored Core, man. This is kind of a unique Armored Core song. It still has that Armored Core vibe, but it's pretty different than the typical stuff, which I like. Come on. Come on, it can be the extra attack. Come on! Achilles just isn't even trying. He's not even trying. Okay, it's a good thing he's got more survivability. Not only does he have more survivability than Jolter, but the AoE is absolutely better, because man, we are having some rough RNG right now. Have you put any Darkest Dungeon music in your playlist? I don't think I have. I'd have to listen to some of the music. A lot of that music is so... I have a list now. It's so... atmospheric. It's not a lot often from just playing the game. I feel like a lot of the music doesn't stand on its own so well. Like it really needs like the background and the boss, right? It's not exactly popping off on its own. But I don't know. I need to pay attention to some of the music. There's probably 1 or 2 songs that do stand on their own pretty well. But yeah, it's very atmospheric music that kind of it's not really designed to stand on its own. But I'll check out the OST. Because there might be 1 or 2 that stand out, so we'll see. We could have won right there. I'm glad we got that defense up, so I should be able to live here. There's no point in NPing because he'll die to 1 hit from anything. Just 1. Just 1. I don't think it's 90, because it gets high. Their evade chance is high, but I don't think it's 90. I think it's like 70, 75, something like that, 70 to 80. Like it's certainly high, but like you get hits, right? You get hits. If it was 90, man, I think it'd be so much worse than this. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now you land more than 1. I was gonna say, are we gonna get a triple here? 70? Yes, 70 definitely feels right for like what we saw there. Now I'm not gonna zeke the app on that one because it's so RNG, and then it's very. You either have really good survivability, and then AoE is a boon there, but it's either have good survivability or kind of bust, or have sure hit. But it's boring if you have sure hit, so it's not really worth it. Like how would you possibly lose that if you had sure hit? Like that is gonna be easy. Alright, I'm pretty sure we have to do a free quest now. The only one we can do is the one we're wanting to save. And that one, but that doesn't give you a boost. Oh, we can do this one, okay. The more of these you do before doing a free quest, the better, because it means the free quest gives you more oomph. Now, see, when the stages are harder, and it's like, oh, this really rewards having sure hit. Then you bring sure hit, but these stages aren't hard enough yet to warrant that. So it's kind of more fun to like put a square in a circle peg. No, I'm saying that backwards. You know what I'm saying. Anyway, you know, trying to beat it through raw value of a different kind of value kind of lets the unit show off, right? What are we gonna do here? You know, if Phantom got really lucky, he could beat that stage, but the odds of him winning that are very low. This is Saber Nero right here, and his NA is his main, so he's got like ultimate melt over here. I'm pretty sure, although not 2K foe though. I wonder if he 2K foed something else, or if he just. I know he plays FGO kind of randomly, but I'm surprised that's not 2K foe because he's a big melt fan. If he was here, I would ask him what's up. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does play JP more, but I don't think so. I'm truly surprised that's not 2K forward. He needs to explain himself here. The habanero bean not using Ongres on 2 stages. I see what you did there, Calvary. Decrease defense of a single enemy with a normal attack. I'm guessing he does super defense down and he'll like shred you really fast. But he has so little health and no other gimmick. He would need damage resist to make that interesting. I guess debuff clear though would or debuff immunity. It looks like each time he hits you, it ramps up a good bit there. And it just keeps ramping. If he just keeps attacking, he's just gonna get out of control, I would think. We're probably just gonna one-turn this thing. She surely has her 3rd skill buff by now, yeah. You don't have to think anymore. I wish they had kept the delay and just made the skill stronger. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, this is not a worthwhile stage for anything. Yeah, she's not a Spriggan yet, but that's in like a year, I guess. She kicked real good though. Actually, maybe not dead. Oh damn. Shame he doesn't triple attack and we guarded. Imagine if he attacked twice, put double defense down on us, and then attacked a 3rd time and crit. And then we had the double defense down. I wonder if he would have killed us. Maybe. But yeah, we guarded it and he only gets 2 actions per turn. That's really lame that he only has 2 actions per turn. They absolutely should have given him 3. That's kind of ridiculous in my opinion. Look at us countering with the debuff clear. So much Armored Core music right now. Okay, I'm almost positive that I'm gonna have to do a free quest now. So are we like conquering like Nobu right now? Is that the theme here? This account needs mana prisms. I'm okay with that. I wonder if when you clear these stages, if it counts as a just a win, so you collect your bounty, if you will. It might. I never paid attention. I've done this event multiple times, and I never paid attention to that. Okay, I think we got to do a free quest. Which, I mean, fair enough. That was a lot of nonsense. Now, the meta thing to do is to do the one stage we can do, because we literally just get more boom for our buck with our AP here. But I want to save that stage because it's probably video worthy, so. Look for the gold or bronze mat, doesn't matter which one. Good enough. I don't remember how much QP you get from this event. I think you do get a chunk. It's not one of those super amazing, oh my god, so much QP events. But I think you do get a pretty sizable chunk off memory. But you guys have the summer event soon, and you're gonna literally just by playing the event, like not doing anything extra and like extra farming, you'll get over 500 million. And if you do extra, you can literally QP cap. So yeah, blow your QP now because you're gonna get a lot of it soon, if you like it or not. The only way you won't get all that QP is if you don't play the event. And if you're like me and you like getting, you know, cool gameplay stuff with your characters and all that, when you do the final main story fight, do it without the event CE, and it's a pretty good time. And then obviously the challenge quest is a good time. Mona Lisa is fine in that event. Some of the QP you obtain though isn't actually from the stages themselves. Some of it's just like rewards from like clears and things like that. But the Mona Lisa CE is good there. There are a lot of stages where you'll get like 1,000,000 QP, 500k QP and stuff like that from just clearing them. So it's certainly not bad to bring it. If you can work it into the team and have it not like fuck up your like currency drops or whatever, then you know you go for it. It's certainly useful there. That's a pretty fun event. It doesn't have a lot of cool side bosses like this event does, but it has a few bosses, and the challenge quest is really good. The final main story fight's good, the challenge quest is good, and they do mix up what you do. You're not just doing like the same thing over and over again, which is nice. Okay, I like how I brought Waver, but we're not really taking advantage of his toolkit at all, but I mean, who cares? You know what? We don't need the charge, but we're taking it. All the buttons. I should have cast that skill last turn, because then I'd have more stars. Unnecessary crit buff right here. It's all up to Siegfried. Chat, I am so tempted to Grail Lancelot to 100 because I love his animations and like I feel like he's been so like betrayed by like the Mimi event stories and everything, because like his actual character and the actual main story of like Camelot history and all that is actually I really like, right? He's actually a really cool character. But all the events and stuff, you know, make him like a fucking joke, and I dislike that. But the actual, you know, story of Lancelot in Fate and in the Real Legends, I think, is really interesting and good. And I love his animations and you know, his gameplay is really fun and everything. So I got him at 90 right now, but I've been thinking about taking him to 100, you know, 2K foe and, you know, having a good time with that. But I gotta get Tesla to 100. I'm just waiting for Tesla to get a fucking animation update, but that might never happen. Hey, look, CEs. That was easy. How about that? I totally forgot about this CE, but yeah, I remember it now that this was the damage CE. I like how Medusa is in like all of the GUDAGUDA CEs, but she doesn't get a whole lot of focus beyond that. Maybe she'll get an animation update one of these days. She got one a long time ago, but it's not one that's aged super well. It's aged better though than like Ku's has. Ku's animation update way back in the day, I don't think it's kept up so good. I know, she appears in all these costumes and she never gets any of them. And that's not just an F-Go, right? She has a bunch of costumes and a bunch of other things. and never gets any of them. Most people don't get costumes in FGO because they don't sell costumes, so they don't want to put any effort into them. It's kind of BS, but what are you gonna do? I don't remember what this stage is, but let's see what happens if we bring Taiga. Are we gonna have regret, chat? I think people would be happy with Summer Medusa, though. I don't think they would care. Like, even with just like regular Medusa in a swimsuit, I don't think anyone would care. I mean, that's already what they do. Like, that's already what they do, so who cares if they do it for Medusa? Like, how is that any different than Nero getting a swimsuit? Right? Like, literally, how is it any different? So... I just want Hawaiian shirt coup, for God's sakes. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we are so dead. This one is very easy to do, right? There's a million and one ways to beat this in just one turn, no problem. But if you play like we're playing and you kind of intentionally not, you know, card countering like this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. AoE is the way to go here, or guts. So obviously we're going to try to do it with single target, but then we're probably still going to need some degree of guts. Maybe a gut CE. That'll be kind of spicy. You know, because doing with AoE, it's really easy to just get your NP when your taunts die, and then AoE kill them all. You're done, right? No problem. But that's casual. We got to single target this. I'm trying to think who I want to use for this then. There's always Ku. I'm actually quite sure Ku could do this because Guts is enough and he has good damage, but let's not. I tell you, Ku is like the answer to so many stages in this event, and I'm pretty sure they were aware of that and they didn't really care. Arash could do this if you gave him a Gut CE or Anniversary Blonde, but he's AoE, so that's kind of easy. So she might be able to do this with a Gut CE, but she's just gonna die here. Like it's over. We're dead. What do you mean this isn't a jungle? Should probably kill two though. Ten turn cooldown. Yep, it's not great. Ooh, let's go Proto-Ku. He doesn't have guts. He's single target, but they're beasts. I think that's pretty fair. Oh shit. Oh shit. Can Taiga come through with the RNG? Nope. Nope. No. It's just like when she tried to fight Artoria. She got bonked. She had a chance. Victory was in her grasp, but she slipped. If she had a Guts Craft Essence, she could have won there. Because she could have waited a turn and like just killed one there, then NP'd the next turn, right? So if she took her longer to get the NP, it would have been okay. Alright, let's give Proto-Ku a shot. The tough part is my Proto-Ku is not 100 on NA. I might need to fix that. Do I give him a Gut CE or do I just go Anniversary Blonde? Let's try Anniversary Blonde because now we could double Guts if I did this, but he's got the crit stuff, so let's see if that works. But if I do a Gut CE, I'm almost positive he's got this. Smash you, smash you. That's a terrible idea here. That's a terrible idea because everyone else gets to kill berserkers nice and fast, right? She doesn't. Like that's a fucking terrible idea. They literally tell you to use Ku again. Did you see that? They literally tell you to just don't you guys have Kus? Let's see. I could do his. I almost want to do all this stuff now and try to blow that one up, but I think we'll wait. We won't know until we try. Necromancy, right? Clearly. Alright. And Brave Chain, that's worth. I should have done Star Bomb there, maybe, because the... Or, no, I'll get my NP because of Leonidas. What am I thinking? I think we already win. Yeah, Protoku pretty good here. And even if we didn't, we have another turn because of Guts from this. So yeah, Protoku is actually really good for this. Even at 70, I think he would ace this no problem. That's pretty nice for not being an AoE NP. Although we have to actually crit here. I could take the 100%. But bust her up. We'll take the 100. I don't know, we might not kill that last one. The RNG is gonna be a little wonky here. You could do Baldy here because he's immune to insta-death when he gets his NP off. Oh no, you got it. Lucky crit there. The good news is if we didn't kill that, he would have attacked, Guts would have gone off, and then we obviously would have killed it next turn, so... Protoku, even at 70, I think it completely has that in the bag. I think a lot of servants would do that though, even as single target. With a Gut CE. Yeah, Scatty. She could probably do it actually. As long as you get that NP off. Let me see, how long does her death immunity last? I don't even remember because who the fuck ever uses her for that? Why is the wiki's new format so bad? I swear, they want you to accidentally like click an ad when you're trying to figure out how to use the search function. Like, holy shit. What a joke. Her instant death immunity, oh. Actually, I don't think she could do it. Her instant death immunity is only one time for 3 turns. That's not great. You'd have to get, she probably could do it, but you'd have to get really lucky. You'd have to get a lot of, you need like 2 Brave Chains on the 2 taunt turns, so you kill one of them, right? And then you have like a Gut CE and then the immunity. So she could do it, but it wouldn't be, it would not be smooth. Like you would need some luck. You'd absolutely need some luck there. What to use here? I don't know what this stage is, but what could go wrong? I'm telling you, that wiki redesign is for ad revenue, because like the wiki uses the same format for all the different wikis, and I guarantee you this is some bullshit trying to increase their, like Wikia has never cared about a good user experience. They've always just cared about short-term ad revenue gains, which is generally bad for ad revenue gains in the long term, by the way, because user experience is important for that. A lot of businesses have short-term site like that. Decrease attack for a single... They already did... Yeah, this is the same gimmick as before. They just have slightly more health. Probably should have brought Atlas, but we'll win so fast it won't matter. I'll basically never use Game Press. Their format just sucks. Like, the way they just... Oh, God, they didn't even kill George. Bunch of clowns over here. Ricky is run by Aniplex? Yeah, it sounds about right. Let's be real, DW is too prideful to use the wiki, but because they don't use it, they forget things like Beowulf having a half upgraded NP. Especially if a unit's not popular. If something's like in their attention, in their spotlight, like, oh hey, it makes sense to focus on X unit in this event, then they might notice that kind of thing. That's a huge part of the problem, though, with them only buffing units that are like thematic and shit, right? It's because so many, you have things like, you know, Phantom of the Opera just sitting there in corruption for ages, right? Like, there's just so many units that suck and have no chance of getting buffed anytime soon, like Geronimo. It's just, what a fucking shit show, man. Well, Leonidas, you know, these two would get along very well, by the way, but yeah, Leonidas, in a duo, apparently. That's a face. But these side missions we're doing, they just get a little bit harder and a little bit harder as it goes on, and they get pretty fun. Like the Hydra one, man, that's a really good one. So many ways you can approach that. A lot of different units that can show off there. It's really cool. Okay, most of what we have left is these. I wonder if I have to do this one to move on, because like I could have done this one ages ago. Alright, I want to see if you collect your rewards from doing these. Wait, is this the main story? I think this is the main story. I should probably do that. Man, I tell ya, it really does suck that the creator of Berserk, was it Murai, I think? That really sucks that he died. He had so much more that I think he wanted to do, you know? Like, shit, man. Alright, main story is always a joke. But it's a good example of why you want to... Don't waste your time, right? Anybody can go at any time, so... You know, try to make the most of what you got while you got it, because, you know... You don't want to die and have a bunch of shit you wanted to do. I'm just gonna bring a bunch of random berserkers. I don't even. Here we'll bring Medusa. We got 10, 10, 10. I legitimately think Berserk though is a pretty good manga. Like it was well thought out and. Really well designed characters with like really relatable like motivations and flaws and stuff. It was not perfect, you know. Some people act like it's the best manga that was ever created. I don't know if I'd go that far, but it is good, and it's just you can tell the guy put his, you know, really put effort into it. It's not a cash grab. It's not a, you know, it is a passion story, right? Like that's something he wanted to create, and he went out there and made it. Oh yeah, this stage. Yeah, it's something he'd been working on, you know, often. He took breaks from it, but it was something he'd been working on for his whole life. It was very much his life work. And I know he, like, when he was a teenager, he kind of had the idea for it, and he wanted to get better at, you know, drawing and everything so he could make it. It was something he was working towards for a long time. It's really impressive, though, that, you know, he went out there and did it. So, I mean, good for him. There's a lot of subjective stuff about Berserk that isn't really my cup of tea, but I ended up liking it a lot anyway because it's just so much is done right, and you know, again, the passion was really obvious in the story and stuff. You know, it's not generic. It is so not generic, so it's easy to respect that. And so yeah, overall I like Berserk quite a bit. Not my favorite, again, not my favorite story ever, but still like it. Boy, Berserker Lot kind of showing off how he's supposed to be played right there. That's like exactly what he's supposed to do. Is wipe away and then get big crits. And we didn't even use our crit buff or attack up or anything there, but that is pretty much exactly how he roll right there. Can we turn 3 stars into a 30% crit? Nope. Oh, because he had 2 cards. Shit, I didn't realize he had 2 cards. Thought he just had the 1 buster. He got all 3 of them though. We just SMG'd Chloe. I'm okay with this. We just point blank SMG'd Chloe. That's a big part of why I got into this game. I was like, you know, I could kill all those characters I don't like with my favorites, and that sounds great. And so yeah, there you go. That's a good moment right there. Irisville didn't deserve that, but, you know, Lancelot things. I wonder at what point I unlocked the main story there. I wasn't really paying attention. Okay, that is not main story. I mean, at some point, I'm just going to have to do that mine stage, but we'll see. I would like to save it, but Billy with 2 guns there. This looks like it's gonna be a complete joke stage that you can't lose, so... Oh man, we're so gonna need this scatty, guys. It's totally necessary. I should bring units just in case it drops stuff. This is what happens when you're too lazy to like actually pick the units. That's why our team is such a mess, but it doesn't matter. I recorded that voice line in case I ever needed it, although I think I might have kept that on my old hard drive too. MASH is a train confirmed. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, GUDAGUDA is so serious, Fury, right? Like, totally, just as canonical as Fate Zero, right? Like, you're totally gonna see this in a serious anime, right? Nothing like pickles, you know? Pickles are good, though. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to go to the store now and buy pickles. Darius kind of got his axe in Medusa's forehead there. Kind of weird that Medusa's placement relative to Darius is changing dramatically. Like when she casts a skill versus when like Scatty casts a skill, or when she's just, you know, standing around a neutral there. I don't know why I just cast stun. I kind of just wanted to mess around with the animations with Medusa relative to axe. I like cucumbers too, which is what pickles are ultimately, but some people like only like pickles and don't like cucumbers, or they only like cucumbers and don't like pickles, but I like both. They're both good. Cucumbers are excellent. I fucking love cucumbers. I can just nom on cucumbers, or slap them on like a tuna sandwich or something. Like, hey, I dig them. They're good. You can't put them on anything though. There are definitely things they don't taste good with, but. You get like cucumber slices, you put that on a tuna sandwich, I'm game. But yeah, some people really don't. Hey, look, this key looks like a cucumber, right? But yeah, a lot of people in chat here are not liking them. Yeah, I wouldn't like a cucumber if it was cooked or something. That would suck, or like fried or anything like that. Like, God, no, none of that. Rarely do I like vegetables or fruit in any kind of like cooked or fried scenario. It's pretty much always Yikes for me. I forgot to pay attention if we got paid for doing that stage. I don't think we did. Because if you did, the meta thing to do would be like wait to do these stages for like a really long time. Which I don't think they want you to do. But they also don't increase like your gain with, you know, when you collect taxes, if you will. Wanted to use waiver, but I mean, Scatty works just fine. What does this account even have in the AoE department? I mean, who needs the counter class? That's some skill ranks right there. They mix in serious moments into the GUDAGUDA events, but the events in their entirety, you know, are not always serious, right? It's kind of back and forth. Redline, though, is actually serious. And that was like the point of it. Redline is basically the GUDAGUDA stuff, you know, the Coho A stuff, but just actually serious. Like, and that's kind of my point. I don't know how people don't see that, right? When they want to make an actual story that's supposed to be taken seriously, and you know, it's always done differently than when they're doing like Carnival Phantasma and shit like that. I mean, that was literally the point of Redline, was let's take this Coho A stuff and GUDAGUDA stuff, but actually put it, you know, in like a serious framing like we do with Fate Zero or in Fate Strange Fake or what have you. We'll probably get something Redline related at some point. I think that'll happen. That's some hair right there. Well, we got health bars, so this is gonna get a little awkward. So, I am not exaggerating. I swear, this is gonna sound like I'm exaggerating, but so a lot of the stuff on NA, like that's unique to NA to compare to JP, like just the translation, most of it I don't care about. I don't need menu translations. I don't need craft essence translations. Like most of the stuff that matters I have memorized and there's just the wiki for it. It just doesn't matter. And I only care about the main story generally. Rarely do I care about event stories. Like, okay, some of them I do care about, but most of the time I don't give a fuck about event stories. And when I do, you can look up translations on the JP stories, you know, well in advance, right? The only thing the thing that I absolutely get the most out of for playing NA, 100%, is this right here. Is this being in English? This is the, like, almost everything else in English I do not care about. And I don't even notice. Like, I don't even notice. I don't even need translations for almost anything else. But this fucking screen being in English, like, knowing that it's damage cut or defense up or you know, whatever weird gimmick, it can be really nice, right? Like, that's absolutely the thing that I get the most use out of for translations. Although sometimes I actually really do enjoy on JP puzzling out and trying to figure out if it is damage cut or if it is defense up. And, you know, that can be really fun to do. But I get my fill of that on JP, so it's kind of nice on NA to be able to be like, okay, well, what is this? We'll save the attack up for, like, crits next turn or something. Uh-oh. Skipping their turn. Boy, better get a debuff clear gimmick here or something. Especially for challenge quests, because challenge quests is when shit gets serious, so. And I have to stress this, when I do challenge quests, I do not watch anyone's videos, I don't look up the wiki, I don't do any of that until I beat it myself. So sometimes it can take me a spell to figure out some of the more nuanced gimmicks, but 90%. I want to say that I'm sure I've broken that rule at some point. I don't remember any off the top of my head, but there's been so many challenge quests. I bet you there was a challenge quest in the past where I looked it up on the wiki because I was just like, what the fuck is this gimmick? And it was making like so many problems. I can't remember any examples off the top of my head, but I bet you I've done that at some point. Man, I wish we had gotten that that extra 10% there, or 9% really, because of the roundup. But oof. Wow, he's got a hell of a defense up. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? If I had known they were going to do that, I wonder if you probably do. This is probably one of those rare stages. Yeah, this is one of those rare stages where if you do better, you get more stuff. Fuck. Fuck. If I had known, I could have done it. I could have done it if I had known. God damn it. Yeah, if you actually kill them all in 2 turns, it looks like you got extra drops. I'm always saying I wish they did that more often, and that's one of the few times they do it. And I had my pants down. God damn it. Rage. Hey, look, now you can play as, well, I got that's stage 1. It's not, you know, fighting ourselves, you know, nonsense. Okay, I mean, that's a fluffy boy right there. Do this. Pretty much the best I can do for battery on this account. Alright, chat, is there any of you out there? I suspect there is. Do you not, anyone out there, do you not have, you don't have Waver, you don't have Scatty, you don't have Merlin, so sometimes you find yourself doing like, you know, Hans, you know, Shakespeare, whatever, you know, you do the next best stuff, right? You know, you've got the Hogwarts Mystic Code, you've got, you know, this thing, you know, and you do as much battery as you can, right? And it might be enough to get a lot done, right? That would be me. I knew that some people out there, you don't have any of like the meta battery stuff, but you've got all of the free stuff that anybody can get, right? This is like the same fight, but I guess you can actually win this one. Well, I mean, I think you could win the other one. You just needed to have a big damage for that second turn. Used to be me until K and K. Alright, let's see what we got here. So we need 30. I wish Karna didn't have so many cards right now, because I want them next turn. Because I want a big normal card smack next turn. I cannot believe I've been streaming for 3 hours. This is what happens when the events are actually, you know, fun to mess around with. And we're not even at the good stuff yet, right? This is the baby stuff. Imagine if all events actually let you have fun. Imagine that. Look at them getting defense down. What are we doing here? That's a cool animation. It least used Nobu, by the way, which is a shame. Yeah, I had a feeling this turn right here was going to happen, but we embrace it. All right, let's go, Hans. There we fucking go. Not quite enough to target switch. Damn it, I should have done the chain. He could have killed. And now, look at how much time is being wasted now. Because now he has invulnerability. God damn it. I should have done the Brave Chain. Would have killed. Don't you hit Hans now. No, don't you do that. I gotta say, male Nobu's pretty cool. Animations ain't bad there. I mean, I know some of them are shared with Stage 1 Nobu, but it's still cool. I don't think they're all shared though. I think only some of them are. Revenge. I think Stage 3 and 1 though were the most popular. And I'd say Stage 3 is probably the most popular for a lot of reasons. It's the most different. It's like the most, well actually Stage 2 is the most different, but it's the most, how do I put this? It's the most like Nobu, but not like the Archer Nobu, if that makes any sense, right? And then obviously people like, how do you describe what Stage 3 Nobu is? Very popular though, right? That Stage 3 Nobu was pretty universally hyped by basically everyone, not even quite MILF, not quite that, but it's in that ballpark. Mori having an interesting time there. That guy is just like, I'm fine. Alright. Are we allowed to do... Okay, that's another free quest. I kind of forgot that these unlocked free quests. You can already get one of the command codes, that's kind of crazy. Okay, doing that one does increase your taxes. Let's do this one, and then we'll do a couple of free quests, then we'll do that one. And then we might have to wrap up because it's already getting kind of late, which is ridiculous. I feel like I only started streaming like 5 minutes ago. Thank you, Hiano, is that right? For the Twitch Prime. Nobu's pretty powerful. Hold on, let's see here. Now let's do team. These stages, like, you can't really solo them anyway, so. There we go. That'll work. Kentucky with Golden Sumo, though. Anyway, Avenger Nobu is got a lot of stuff in common, honestly, with Archer Nobu, but is kind of just a bit more. I think they got some apples and oranges and stuff, but I remember what her NP does, and like some of her skills, but I don't remember what all of her skills do in lore. Actually, I'm struggling to remember. This happens a lot if I only read someone's character material book once, then I don't remember it later. But there are a lot of characters like that I've read multiple times that I can remember pretty much everything they do. I'm trying to recall what some of her skills do, and I'm kind of drawing a blank. But off memory, she has a lot in common with Archer Nobu, so you got the anti-divinity nonsense and all that. You know, big AoE, guns go burr, all that. But she's not, you know, she's no super, you know, she's not Aussie, right? She's nothing like that, but she is really powerful. I mean, the thing, people always ask, I get so tired of this because, I mean, this goes for regular Nobu too, it's kind of ridiculous. This goes for like everything, this is not unique to Nobu. Anytime a servant counters something, they act like they beat everything that has that, like they can't lose in spite of it, which is just nonsense, right? Like Pinth, just because she does bonus damage to Greek males, doesn't mean she can beat every Greek male. At all. Like, not at all, right? Like, not even, like if people act like she could beat Achilles so easy. That makes no sense. She literally died to Achilles. Right? She already has been bested by Achilles, and as such, she'll take bonus damage from the thing that killed her, so big problem there. She has no answer to God Hand. She has no answer to Achilles' Super Saiyan speed and stuff. That's such a common thing, and I see that with Nobu all the time. People act like Nobu can beat anybody that has, like, divinity. Meanwhile, most of the servants that have divinity have these absolutely insane toolkits that are going to be a huge problem for her. Now, sure, there are people with divinity that she absolutely can beat, no problem. But there are a lot where she really don't, right? And this is something I see all the time. When a servant has like they have a strong counter to something, they act like they beat everyone with that. Now, there are times, absolutely, where X servant just counters everything Y servant does. That happens. A good example is like Ku versus Medusa, right? That's a terrible matchup for Medusa, but it's not just because Ku has an anti-monster skill. It's actually not even a skill. Natsu basically just says because Ku is a famous monster slayer, he just has like an inherent bonus damage to things that have a monstrous trait, and because Medusa still has like the Gorgon, trait within her, she counts as a monster and gets wrecked by that. But if that's all Ku had, that doesn't mean he would automatically beat Medusa, because that wouldn't stop. He could still get just turned to stone, right? And she's still fast, Pegasus go burr, right? All these things. The reason why Ku beats the shit out of Medusa is because, one, he does counter monsters like that, but then he fucking literally can shut down any kind of Mystic Eyes, so there goes the stone thing. He's got a rune that blocks, Nuke Noble Phantasms, and her Nuke Noble Phantasm's not strong enough to necessarily overpower that. She has no answer to Bolg, although Medusa is super fast, so is Ku, so that gets rid of a big advantage for her, right? It's just terrible for her on many fronts, right? But if it was just Ku does bonus damage to monsters, that would not mean he beats Medusa at all, right? And it's all that other shit is why he beats Medusa. And then, icing on the cake is Lolly does bonus damage to monsters. Oh, Ozzy. Ozzy is such a... I actually really wish Ozzy's toolkit was done differently, because it is kind of boring. How does this one work? Okay, it's evade for one time. I don't think that's going to save her here. Because, Ozzy is such a strong-arm character lore-wise, where he either just absolutely destroys you and you can't do anything, or he gets just blown up by a divinity AoE, right? That's all. It's pretty much the two ways it goes. The only interesting matchups I can think of with Ozzy is, Ozzy versus Herc. That's actually super interesting, because Herc does have divinity, so he doesn't get shut down by the NP seal and all that, but Herc doesn't have an AoE. But it's also Herc, with God Hand and just insane skill and everything. So that would be awesome. Ozzy versus Herc would be nuts, and that would be some quality content, right? And then Achilles would be a good one. There's a couple of servants you could cherry pick that with without plot armor you could make a very interesting and crazy fight with Ozzy. But normally it's LOL. Ozzy gets blown up by divinity AoE, because a lot of servants that have divinity have big AoEs like Karna and Gilgamesh and stuff, and it's not even interesting. And then a lot of other servants don't have divinity and couldn't possibly fight Ozzy, right? Because Ozzy just shuts you completely down. He seals your NP, that's a huge problem. And then not only is your NP sealed, but then there's poison everywhere. There's all these sphinxes everywhere that can fight on par with servants. And then Ozzy's got the orbital railgun in it. The way you could stop those things is with an NP, but if you don't have your NP, there's no way, right? There's just absolutely no way. Edmund, honestly, though, I've said this before, I don't think Ozzy would probably do very well against Edmund, because I highly suspect the NP seal would not work on him. And Ozzy could, Edmund could probably just escape the reality marble. It's hard to say, because you can kind of, when you have things that counter each other like that, the writer can almost arbitrarily pick which one wins. Like, Mori's spear is like is a paradox against God Hand, because what the effect of Mori's spear is it nullifies defensive abilities. Right, which God Hand is. So the thing that God Hand does with the lower ranks not working on it and blocking damage and revive and all that defensive stuff it does wouldn't normally work against Mori's spear. But then Mori's spear isn't high enough rank to get past God Hand, so they should nullify each other, and that doesn't make any sense, right? So the writer could kind of arbitrarily just pick whichever one they want to win. And so with Edmund, it's obviously, here's the thing, Edmund literally, it's considered being trapped by space-time is like counted as trapping Edmund. As such, Edmund can escape space-time because basically Edmund cannot be trapped. That's like what his thing. He cannot be trapped, and a lot of people confuse this as only conceptually, but it actually says even conceptually. So he cannot be held by like an actual jail or like chains or whatever. Those things will always fail on him, and then even conceptual things that will try to contain him can't. And it literally says even space-time. Now you might say that's absurd, but yeah, yes, it is. And as such, Ozzy's NP seal, I definitely think would count as that, as trying to contain him. And then obviously just the reality marble itself would obviously count as him trying to contain him, and that just wouldn't work then. So I doubt Ozzy would do well against Edmund. And also, Edmund could probably kill Ozzy while Ozzy has his immortality because of the Black Flames and whatnot. So Edmund's a pretty scary one for Ozzy. Now maybe there's some tomfoolery where Ozzy's reality marble trumps him and that doesn't work, but I really doubt it. But that's again kind of up to the writer, because kind of a paradox to some degree. But I definitely think it favors Edmund, especially because the things we've already seen Edmund be able to fuck with is ridiculous. So I expect he could just yeet out of the reality marble and such. But yeah, it's a really bizarre one. Yeah, Edmund's got soul burning shenanigans, and it kills Ro from Tsukihime permanently, so I suspect it would kill Ozzy even when Ozzy has his immortality. I'm telling you, I rate Edmund in like the top 10 strongest servants, normal servants, right? We're not counting like Zeus because he's a divine spirit, right? That's not really the same thing. But when you count normal heroic spirits or servants, I definitely put Edmund in like the top 10. He's really scary. He just has all these insane abilities and Dragon Ball Z speed and all that nonsense. Well, one, I actually think Edmund could probably destroy the temple. I don't think he could do it as quickly as like Karna could, or like a Gilgamesh, or nonsense like that. But Edmund's got a lot of destructive force, honestly, in his toolkit. I'm pretty sure he could fly around like a Dragon Ball Z character shooting black flames, and I'm pretty sure he'd blow up the temple sooner or later. But I think the black flames would. I don't think the immortality would work. I think that kind of soul destruction would probably work. But again, could kind of be up to the writer. They could kind of like, oh, no, the soul is saved by the immortality, but the writer could also be like, no, see, it doesn't work because it's attacking their soul. It's like a Ro die, see, Ozzy die. So that's one that I think it's kind of just up to how the writer wants to do it. The way I would interpret it, as I would say it would work, if it kills Ro and a lot of the other shit we've seen it kill, I would say that would probably kill Ozzy too, but I definitely can see a justification for it not going that way. So it's just kind of one of those bullshit things that you can kind of do whatever with. Welcome to Fate, by the way. I mean, he's got pretty serious firepower, Edmund does, so I think it would get through that. But it's a really bizarre, it'd be cool, right? If you had a story that had Edmund and Ozzy in it, what I imagine what a writer would do, because cart before the horse, that's kind of, most stories aren't going to just fully go off what they think is logical and how the servants work on paper. They're going to try to find something that makes the story, even or interesting, or have the character arcs go where they want them to go and that kind of thing, right? So I suspect what most writers would do, and I might depend on who's the main character and when it happens in the story and blah 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 blah, but my guess would be, with how I see a lot of stories unfold, not just in Fate but just storytelling, right? What I expect most writers would do is they would make it a bit of give and take. They would kind of have some of Edmund's stuff work and some of it not work, and they probably wouldn't have either of them kill each other. They'd have it where Ozzy's stuff doesn't really work on Edmund, but they wouldn't have Edmund just shut Ozzy down in every turn, and they'd probably just have Edmund like cause some real trouble for Ozzy, but Edmund can't just kill Ozzy, and then Edmund just escapes the reality marble, and the plot progresses in other areas, and you know, that's what I would expect most writers to do, right? Because that's just kind of the way to make it kind of even, right? How much evade does she have here? Just one. Well, she gonna fucking die here. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that Ozzy is not at his full strength in the Camelot Singularity, which is really obnoxious because a lot of people act like you can just wreck Ozzy with all this other nonsense. And it's like, no, that's literally not how that works. Yeah, Arthur did not beat. By the way, Nasu not too long ago was asked about Artoria versus Ozzy in a very political way. He was like, Artoria would get absolutely obliterated. He was like, yeah, I don't think Artoria got that. And like, of course she doesn't. Because Arthur is absolutely better than Artoria when fighting Ozzy. Like, because Artoria and Arthur have a lot in common, but the few things where they're different, Arthur is just better against Ozzy. Because the Sphinxes count as giant monsters. So Arthur has that, because Arthur, their skills are like exactly the same. They both have mana burst, instinct, all that. They're exactly the same. Except Arthur just has one extra skill, and it helps him slay giant monsters. That's just objectively useful against Ozzy. And then Arthur's peak NP is obviously way stronger than Artoria's. But that doesn't even matter because both of their NPs are going to be sealed. But yeah, Arthur has absolutely no chance against Ozzy 1v1. Even though Arthur is better than Artoria against Ozzy, he has no chance. None. Absolutely none. No, there's no way he would ever beat Ozzy in 1v1. It cannot happen. Because he has no divinity, his NP gets sealed, and there goes his giant AoE that allows him to destroy the temple and kill all the Sphinxes easily. And sure, he won't go down like a bitch and he can fight off the Sphinxes and stuff, but there's just no winning. There's just absolutely no winning. Because Ozzy can just bomb him with orbital lasers and Sphinxes and poison everywhere. The only reason Ozzy dies in spoilers by the way, the only reason Ozzy dies in prototype fragments is because Arthur works with Arash and he works with Hohenheim, and Hohenheim is able to prevent their NPs from being sealed. And then now, to be fair to Arthur, I will say there's a little bit of anti-plot armor here because they didn't want his NP to just wreck Ozzy, so they have it where Arthur can't get enough seals off. But it's honestly not very logical. If you look at the seals that should have been off, Arthur should have been able to get his EX rank NP at that point, and that would obviously wipe out the reality marble. But they have it where Arthur can't get enough seals off, so his NP is powerful, but it's not powerful enough. I think it's like A+ or A++ or some bullshit. And his NP combined with Rosh's is what is able to kill Ozzy. If I remember correctly, I think Arthur destroys like the temple, and Arash kills Ozzy or something like that. I know Stella is what kills Ozzy though, and yeah, Ozzy's master dies for other reasons and such. So yeah, if it wasn't for Arash, no chance, and even and Hohenheim as well, right? So yeah, there's no Arthur just could never beat Ozzy 1v1. There's just no way. And Artoria would be even worse because she doesn't have the giant monster slaying, and her NP doesn't peak as powerful and everything. And her NP would just be sealed anyway. So yeah, you could put Arthur and Artoria together and they would both lose to Ozzy, right? Like there's just no way. Now Artoria and Arthur together with the help of Hohenheim probably could beat Ozzy, although it'd be tough. But that's probably doable. But Ozzy's just bullshit like that, man. If you don't have some kind of ability to stop your NP from being sealed, which there are servants out there that have wonky augments and abilities like that, but not very many. There's only some. So you either have to have something to stop your NP from being sealed, and then have a very powerful AoE NP, or just crazy bizarre NP or something that can really kill a bitch. If you don't have one of those two things, there's just no way. Or you have to have divinity. That's the easy way to beat Ozzy, is have divinity and then have a big strong NP. Then you're like set, right? No problem, right? Karna would beat Ozzy easy, no problem, right? Gilgamesh would beat Ozzy really easy. There's a lot of divine servants out there that would, and that's why it's kind of boring, right? Most servants just get crushed or crush. There are a few weird ones though out there though, like Achilles, Hercules, maybe Edmund, like we were just talking about, that are interesting, but very few. And honestly, Ozzy is so bullshit like that. That's why they contrive the plot to be this way or that way, and like Fate Grand Order, for Ozzy not to be at full strength. Like, they literally have all this nonsense going on to make sure Ozzy isn't full strength in FGO's story, because it'd be stupid. And that's kind of why you have to be careful. I remember a few streams ago I was talking about this. You have to be careful about how you make your OP characters, because you need to be able to have them be in stories and not just shut it the fuck down and have to arbitrarily, you know, plot armor everything, right? Like, and you got to make sure they're like in punching distance to some extent, right? And if you do want to have a character where it's like logic, because it's logical for, you know, Gilgamesh to be crazy strong and everything, but if you make a character like that, you need to not put them in a story where they need to just be generically defeated, right? You need to think about it, right? And a lot of times Fate doesn't do that. A lot of times they just slap Ozzy or Gilgamesh in a story, and they have to nerf them or whatever, right? It's not really thought out, and that's a real problem in Fate sometimes, where they'll like design these insane characters and then have to bullshit how they get defeated, because they just make them a generic, you know, they put them in like a typical antagonist role, right? Yeah, Ozzy is very difficult to use in stories. I think he's incredibly difficult to use in stories. But it's a shame because, you know, he deserves to be a crazy powerful character. A lot of things shouldn't be able to just fight him 1v1 and stuff, but I think they did kind of do it in a bad way that was not very fun. But yeah, it's a shame because he's such an interesting character, and, you know, Egyptian stuff hasn't gotten as much focus as I think it should. So yeah, I think it's a shame that he's kind of difficult to use in an interesting way. I think I would have dialed him back a good bit, because I do think Ozzy deserves to be a very powerful servant, but I don't think he needed to be that powerful, because when you look at the ground rules of, you know, how the Nasuverse works, you know, it's a bit more complicated than this, but surface level, it's like the main things that factor into how strong a servant is how old they are, how powerful they actually were, and then how famous they are. Those things, it's not like an equal thing, right? Like, maybe someone was unbelievably powerful in life and they're not famous, but as such they're really, 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 really powerful. Like Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is kind of in the fame department, but he's incredibly old, and he's unbelievably powerful in his own life, so he turns out to be, you know, so it's like, it's kind of unbalanced like that. It can be kind of all over the place. You can kind of compensate for one with the other. Anyway, so if you look at the ground rules, Ozzy is very famous and everything, but I don't think he needed to be like, you know, blowing like King Arthur out of the water, because ultimately Ozzy, I don't know, it's kind of apples and oranges. Arthur is really, really strong and everything. He obviously beats Arthur 1v1, but that doesn't necessarily make him stronger overall. But I would say he is stronger overall. I don't think Ozzy needed to be quite as high on the power tier list that he is, right? Considering his fame and what he did in life and all that stuff, he should be powerful, absolutely. But I don't think he needed to be that strong, and so I think they could have dialed it back quite a bit, and it could have made him, you know, a lot more reasonable as like a villain, and they wouldn't have to plot armor so much. But because Ozzy's not as strong as like Karna or Gilgamesh or something. He's not on that level, but he's up there, and I really don't think he needed to be quite that ridiculous, because again, I was saying with Gilgamesh a few days ago, with the ground rules that they had established about how the Nasuverse works, Gilgamesh needs to be OP as fuck, right? But then you need to be very careful how you put him in a story. Like, very much so. Pretty sure we're just gonna one-turn this. I think he heals a crap load every turn, but we're just gonna one-shot him, so... Yeah, I agree that Ozzy is very... because he's known as Ramses, right? Like, you know, he is absolutely more famous than a lot of things. He's not as famous though as like Blackbeard or King Arthur or something like that, but he's very famous. You know, most people know Ramses the second to some extent, right? Most people at least will recognize the name, right? Most people would at least recognize the name. So he's very famous, and as you say, he is very old, right? But the legends of King Arthur go back so far we don't even know their origin, for God's sakes, right? So So Ozzy 100% deserves to be very powerful servant, like no question. But I don't think he needs to. A lot of other stuff is in that area where they're very famous and they're pretty old and that kind of thing. And they're not that strong, right? Like they're not that powerful. So I think they overdid it a little bit considering the ground rules. Now they can compensate by that, and this is what they normally do. Sometimes they just randomly decide to make someone stronger than like their fame and their age suggests. You know, because they're not from like back when the Age of Mystery was stronger and all that, right? And they justify that with, oh, well, they were just that good in life, right? But Ozzy's not, you know, he's a pharaoh, he's a ruler. He's not a bitch, but he's not. It doesn't really make sense for. You know, it shouldn't be a bitch, but he's not one of those you can really justify with. Well, he was just that good, right? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I know it is insane that he lived that long. It's true. But like for example, you know, Romulus. A big part of Romulus, I think, why they made him so powerful is because now he is, you know, very old, right? But not as famous as Ramses, I would say. Even though Rome is unbelievably famous, the actual story of Romulus I don't think is as famous. However, Romulus gets a lot of power from one, what he actually accomplished, which fair enough. You know, he's got a lot of personal feats of strength in his legends and stuff, so fair enough. And also because Rome was so successful and impacted the world so much, right? That's very much a thing they did with Romulus. Was Rome was just like a pillar of human development, and because Romulus is the foundation of that, Romulus in turn gets to be Omega strong, which I think that's fair enough, right? And so I'm okay with that one. He doesn't. I mean, he didn't really lead the armies though in like the same way like Alexander does, really. But again, that's what I'm saying. Ozzy deserves to be powerful, 100%. But when you look at the like for like, I don't see another thing that's like to him that's as strong as him. Like absolutely not, right? Because again, with like Gilgamesh, and I don't think I have to argue the Gilgamesh point to you, Fury. I'm sure you know. But like with Gilgamesh, it's because in his actual story, it's like he had obtained all items on Earth, right? So and items in Fate, you know, noble phantasms and everything. So like, of course, he's absurd, right? And I don't think Ozzy's like too overblown in Fate. I do think he's a little overblown though. I think it would have been better to put him in stories if he wasn't as overblown, right? It'd been easier to use him as an antagonist if he wasn't quite as powerful, and I think he should have been slightly less powerful. But at this point, it's like, fuck it, you know, just roll with it. He's a cool guy, and him being OP is kind of neat. I just wish it was in a more interesting way. So Edmund, here's my theory with Edmund is, and honestly, this is kind of fair. It is pretty incredible how famous Edmond Dantes is, considering how recent the story is, right? And yeah, sure, it's not the most recent story ever. It goes a ways back, of course, but that is a surprisingly famous story. You know, the Count of Monte Cristo is a really famous story, and I think what they wanted to do was because in the actual story, you know, Edmund accomplishes a lot with a little, right? He goes from, you know, rags to riches. That's kind of the thing, and kind of, you know, ultimate revenge story and all that nonsense. And he gains an insane amount of power and influence in his life, right? Going from, you know, pretty much nothing. So I think they wanted to give him a lot of personal feats of strength and fate, and they did. So they basically took, okay, in his own life, he was like, you know, like top tier Tsukihime character, you know, if not, you know, stronger type thing. And then he's also very famous. So I think that's why he's so strong. And I think that kind of works. I think they might have gone a little far with it. Like, for real, I think they might have gone a little far with it. I mean, Edmund is pretty bananas in the Fate universe. And although there is a decent degree of lore justification for it, it's a little much, right? It's a little much. Because, yeah, it did accomplish a lot, you know, it did a lot of feats of strength, if you will. And then in Fate, if they wanted to blow that out of proportion because they animate, I can accept that. And then he's ludicrously famous. I can accept that. So absolutely recipe for a very powerful servant, even though he's not as old. I think fair enough, but my god. I mean, he's like a Dragon Ball Z character. Like, for those who don't know, let's run down Edmund's toolkit real quick here. Dude, you know, can basically teleport like a Dragon Ball Z character, you know, through bending space-time. So he's like flying and teleporting like a Dragon Ball Z character. Shooting energy blasts that burn your soul for some reason. you know, lightning nonsense, can escape any kind of containment, be it conceptual or physical. Literally, if he dies, comes back to life stronger. You know, Zenkai boost, let's go. There's another NP I'm forgetting that he has. He's got another NP that I always forget. It's just like, what is this, right? I mean, like, yeah, no luck stat, you know, so he's not like affected by a lot of luck bullshit. He's got double anti-mental interference, literally double. So he has an anti-mental interference skill, and then he has Determination of Steel EX, which comes with, it literally says this, it comes with another skill, which is it's Bedevir's skill. He has the entirety of Bedevir's skill that gives him Bedivir complete like charm immunity. So Edmund gets that too, plus his own. It's so much stuff. Thank you, Codmaster, for the 8-month resub. But it's just like the list just goes on. Like he's completely he's the fucking double immune to mental interference. You know, he can teleport, can get out of mental things, physical things. You know, Dragon Ball Z speed, energy blast, lightning nonsense. It's like, what is going on here, right? Like, it's total nonsense. And I'm forgetting, he's got a few other abilities in there that I'm forgetting. It's like, what the hell, man? And again, should be strong, you know, very famous, you know, and in the Fate universe, he's basically made him a Tsukihime character in life, if not a bit stronger. And this is a recipe for a very powerful character, but, you know, he's like top 10 for some reason. That's way more than I think they should have done there, but I like Edmund, and it's interesting, so I kind of just roll with it, right? But yeah, they definitely went a bit more extreme with that than I think they should have, but whatever. All right, let's do a Roch Spartacus stuff, the classic. Jekyll and Hyde should be way stronger in gameplay. Jekyll and Hyde is very powerful in lore, and I actually think Jekyll and Hyde hits the right on the button, right? That's almost where Edmund should be, because Jekyll and Hyde is very famous, is a bit more recent, but is very famous, and you, in an anime setting, you can justify like the stuff he does to be kind of like a Tsukihime type character, right? Power range in life, so that does translate to a pretty strong servant, I would say, but that's what he is. Jekyll and Hyde in lore is really strong. Like, really strong. It's easy to forget that because in FGO he's shit, but that's mostly gameplay. Also in FGO, they've reiterated this multiple times. This is not just day one FGO drivel. They have reiterated this multiple times throughout FGO. Just like how a lot of servants are like fucked up in Chaldea, and they're like, Karna doesn't have his full power NP, but his armor comes back. Hercules doesn't have God Hand, right? There's a lot of nonsense with Chaldea. Jekyll and Hyde is like that too. Jekyll and Hyde is not being summoned in Chaldea like he normally is summoned. Now the reason for that is horseshit, and they did that because I hate this, dude. This is so frustrating. Early FGO was like lazy, and I don't even know how to describe this. This is so describing this is as frustrating as what they actually did. So early FGO, because there wasn't a lot of anime out there for a lot of the shows yet, and there wasn't like a lot of character designs for a lot of stuff that was in the books, they went out of their way not to design that stuff. And also because they didn't want to care. I'm telling you, early FGO did not want to read the books. It's all, that sounds crazy, but that is the case. Because early FGO, Type Moon was way less involved, and it was shovelware. And this is just like a fact. If you look at early interviews and like their plans for the game, FGO was supposed to be like shovelware, and it wasn't supposed to last this long. And they literally couldn't be bothered to read the APOC books. You know, they read the Cliff Notes, and that's it. They didn't want to design Vlad's vampire form because they didn't know what it looked like, because there wasn't an anime yet, and the book didn't actually show it. Like the character material books sometimes would show designs for that kind of stuff, but sometimes they wouldn't. And there just was no, you know, it was described, what the form looked like was described in text, but there was no like known canonical look for Mother, this team is so wrong. I cannot talk and make a team in FGO. I can't. It is impossible. I cannot talk and make an FGO team. There's just no way. Anyway, so that's why I'm struggling with my words here. I cannot do both. It's actually really frustrating. Anyway, so yeah, Vlad did not have a canonical look for his vampire form, so they didn't want to do that. And also, they didn't know how to characterize Vlad because they didn't want to read the book. That's why Berserker Vlad exists. because Berserker Vlad doesn't have the vampire form and blah 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 blah, and because he has madness enhancement, if he acts differently and he's not quite the way he's supposed to be in APOC, then it's like, oh, it's Berserker Vlad, it's not the same, right? And that's why Atalante doesn't ever talk in the early stories. That's why Spartacus's bio literally just said that man was nothing but muscle. They did not want to characterize the APOC characters. And that's why a lot of the APOC characters weren't in FGO for a very, very long time. And if they were not characterized or they were altered in some way. They just did so much shit like that. And what character was I even talking about? Because I was talking about a character that they got that treatment. Oh, Jekyll and Hyde, right? Jekyll and Hyde, same thing. They didn't know what his Hyde form looked like because it's supposed to be kind of werewolf-esque. It's very monstrous. They didn't want to do it. And in case they made his power slightly different or he behaved slightly differently, like, this FGO version is just like not summoned the same way and it doesn't have the same abilities and he's weaker. So he doesn't even turn into the monster and everything. And it's because they didn't want to fucking design it. That's the whole thing. Dude, early FGO is so lame like that. It's so stupid. So Jekyll and Hyde doesn't have any of like the cool shit that he's supposed to have. He doesn't like turn into a werewolf thing. He's not as powerful. He's so much weaker. And so Jekyll and Hyde canonically is supposed to be a berserker. He is through and through a berserker. He is summoned as a berserker. But he has a skill that is basically Jekyll, right? That allows him to like mimic being an assassin and having presence concealment and all that. And he can then be Jekyll, essentially the Jekyll personality instead of Hyde, which is the berserker. But he can get rid of that and go into it back to being a berserker and go Hyde form. And he basically turns into kind of like a werewolf. And he has insane regeneration abilities. He can literally face tank an NP and then heal the damage back up. It's crazy. He fights a whole bunch. He has no master, so he's weaker than normal because his master's fucking dead. And he actually wasn't summoned in his best parameters anyway because his master is trash. So, a rather nerfed Jekyll and Hyde is able to fight multiple servants at once and not go down like a bitch. He literally is fighting Arthur, Ozzy, I think Brunhilde, and I think maybe one other person all at the same time. With his master already being dead and also not being summoned properly. Crazy. Like, he is super powerful. So I actually think Jekyll and Hyde hits the nail on the head, right? Sure, he's not Gilgamesh strong, right? He's not that kind of nonsense. He's not Saver, he's not Buddha strong, he's not, not Edmund, he's nothing like that. But he is very, very powerful. He's certainly above the average, absolutely. And that makes sense, because in life he had a lot of feats of strength, because that was the whole point of what his monster form was. Definitely goes beyond what a regular human would do in his era. Because although he's after the age of mystery and everything, so should be weaker, he's got this stuff that allowed him to be stronger than his age would normally allow you to be. And then he's very, very famous. So I think that the amount of power they gave him is fair. Strong, definitely above average, but he's no... he's no top tier servant, right? He's not like the cream of the crop or anything, but I think that's totally fair. I really like where Jekyll and Hyde is lore-wise. I don't like where Jekyll and Hyde is in FGO, because they got rid of all of his really powerful abilities, and they didn't give him his cool, werewolf form, and it was just like an excuse to not have to write him. But now that he's in the game, we're never going to get a proper version of him. Dude, I hate this. This is so frustrating. I wish they just wouldn't have added them. If they were going to add them like bitches, don't fucking add them. I wish they would have just waited to add Lancer Vlad until they were actually going to add his actual self. Instead, we get bitch Chinese knockoff Vlad, and we get knockoff Jekyll and Hyde, and as such, because they're so similar to their regular versions, they're never gonna give us their regular versions. They don't want to add this. You can see this. They refuse, even if canonically they should. They refuse to add two of the same thing that basically looks the same. It's just a little different because they don't think it's gonna sell, and maybe it won't. But like, where's the artistic integrity here, right? It's like, we're never gonna get actual APOC Vlad, even though that's the canonical version you would normally summon and everything, just because Berserker Vlad looks similar to him. Even though they're characterized quite differently, we're never gonna get them. And I hate that, because I like APOC Vlad a lot. I think he's awesome, but I don't give a fuck about Berserker Vlad. He's boring and lame, right? And he's a Chinese knockoff of Vlad, so it's like, fuck that. Jekyll and Hyde is still at least an interesting character and everything, and his personality is pretty much the same. So at least Jekyll and Hyde is safe in that department. But Jekyll and Hyde's powers are out the fucking window. They threw them all out the window. So that's really lame. And he's an assassin inherently in FGO, and he turns into a berserker. It's like the opposite. So yeah, it sucks, and there's other characters like that. There are several characters, and Lee, Jesus, that's another one. Oh my god, right? They literally contrived all this bullshit with Lee just to try to justify the horseshit they did, right? They put in fucking Lancer Lee first, but they used the extra design, and as such, they don't want to add. Literally, Assassin Lee was introduced to everyone as Assassin Lee from Paid Extra. Right? And they refused to add that version because they used the same art design and voice acting and stuff for the Lancer version, and so now they refuse to add regular Lancer Lee. And so many people got introduced to they want the cool, punchy guy, right? And you know, old Lee's cool, that's great, but you know, we could have had both. And as much as I liked old Lee, if we could only have one or the other, we should have gotten regular Lee, because that is the canonical version that everyone got used to. And it's just stupid, right? That we never just got regular Assassin Lee. That's fucking stupid. So yeah, there's several servants in FGO like that, and it infuriates me like nothing else, because it's like if that happens to be your favorite character, you just get robbed, right? And then what it really bugs me is all the people that like Berserker Vlad, or like this version of Jekyll and Hyde, or like Lancer Lee, or like Old Lee, they defend it because they like those things. It's fine that you like those things, but you should not defend that practice, right? Because that's not fair. It's clear, like, for example, you know, Ku is my favorite character, and if I got Chinese knockoff Ku and we never got regular Ku, that's obviously horseshit, right? Even if someone likes Chinese knockoff Ku, which is fine, the people that like regular Ku that was from Fate Stay Night and everything should not be deprived of that. It doesn't make any sense, right? And if you can add both, for God's sakes, right? And that kind of stuff pisses me off. Like, for example, let's say I liked Berserker Vlad, you know, the most. I would never be like, oh yeah, but so they shouldn't add Lancer Vlad. Like that's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's like Ku Alter but no Ku, right? Like that's so shit. Okay, I'm hoping, I just realized Billy should not be on this team, but that's because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. But yeah, Billy's not good here at all, but hopefully we can still make this team work. This is what happens when you rant and you don't pay attention to team building. Baldy is obviously not a Chinese knockoff Ku, even though the community constantly compares them. They're really not. They have very little in common. One's Chinese, one's Irish. Their aesthetic is completely different. They actually have nothing in common aesthetic-wise. You know, Ku has hair for one, and is blue, and is, you know, kind of the whole wild look. Baldy's a monk and is bald. Like, you know, and you know, Baldy's got the beads and, you know, the monk look, and then Ku's rocking the spandex for some fucking reason. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, there's just nothing in common here, right? And in gameplay, they don't have anything in common really either, other than just being Lancers and budget, right? That's it. So I should not. I am playing so bad right now. I should not have used waiver skills on Spartacus, because Spartacus has his own battery. I should have used them on Billy, because then Billy could NP right now and at least fuck up Sanson. Also feels bad for Sanson, but you know, what are you gonna do? Okay, wait, what? Why do I see people talking about Romani? What? I feel like I'm missing a conversation here. What's the topic on that one? I always say that about Baldy, though. He kind of isn't budget, because to really excel, he needs very, you know, rare, specific, non-budget units. That's kind of the problem. That's why I really want him to be buffed. So hopefully they fix some of that nonsense. Oh yeah, Merlin helps Chaldia a fuckload. Like, Chaldia wouldn't even work without Merlin. Merlin does so much stuff for Chaldia behind the scenes throughout the story. You know, Merlin might be a piece of shit, but he's actually a huge part of why FGO works out for anybody. I actually feel like Merlin deserves to be in the story a lot more because of that. I feel like the only reason he's not in the story more is like, oh well, you know, we've given Merlin a lot of screen time in this story and that story, so we got to spread it out. But I mean, he deserves to be like a pillar of the story, like Sherlock or Da Vinci, Romani, because he's so important to the story and he's got the ability to and everything. And I feel like literally the only reason he's not in the story more is because they're like, oh no, we gotta spread the screen time out. That's the only reason. Do you feel like the main character monocle it doesn't apply to him, even though it should? Right, like they're okay with giving Da Vinci a lot more screen time than everyone else because it's the main cast, right? But Merlin really should be main cast because he basically is. It just isn't because they said so, which makes no sense. Yeah, Enkidu is completely self-sufficient, and they did that to basically make him a mirror to. They wanted him to be like a mirror to Gilgamesh in almost every way, and Gilgamesh can maintain himself in the world without the help of the master if he wants to, because it's just bullshit in Gate of Babylon. That's not even a contrivance. Like, if you have every item in the world, of course you have a noble phantasm that's going to allow you to, collect mana or just materialize yourself or whatever the fuck. He never explains it, but he says he can even keep Artoria in the world on his own if he wants to. Anyway, and because, Gilgamesh can do that, and Gilgamesh has real items instead of, copies from the Throne of Heroes, they don't take mana to use. So to make Enkidu, like, on par with that, Enkidu's items are made from the earth, out of the earth's clay, and the earth gives him mana, so Enkidu is completely self-sufficient and doesn't need a master either, and his NPs, don't need him to use his own mana or any of that. So they're like equal like that, but they should be, and thankfully they had a good out there, because Gilgamesh, if you read the Epic of Gilgamesh and you make that anime, and with the laws that are set in stone by the the Natsuverse, of course Gilgamesh should have all this nonsense. Thankfully, they found a pretty reasonable out for Enkidu to also have that kind of ability, because he was literally made by the gods to fight, be on par with Gilgamesh, and was like attuned to nature and everything. Now, in the actual Epic of Gilgamesh, it's not like he's linked to the earth in the same way that he is in Fate, but taking how he was in the actual story and making it more anime, I think it's pretty reasonable. And then also the gods creating him, to be on par with Gilgamesh, it makes sense, right? I think it makes sense. So I don't think Enkidu is an ass-pull. Enkidu is closer to being an ass-pull than Gilgamesh is, just because the stuff that's in the story about Gilgamesh plus Natsuverse is just is more obviously gonna translate to OP power, because if you collect all the treasures in the world and all the treasures of noble phantasms, of course that's gonna be bullshit. But yeah, I think it works. I think Enkidu is still pretty legit and makes sense. Yeah, as far as I can tell, though, Enkidu is stronger than Gilgamesh when he's in his pure state. Once all the Shiamat stuff happens, he's not, and they straight up say that. He is, like, they say this multiple times, right? Enkidu trades power for human intellect, right? Human wisdom. And Gilgamesh even comments that in his true state, before that, he's stronger, and it's just bullshit how powerful he is. And basically, they sent Shiamat to Enkidu because they didn't think Gilgamesh would be able to beat him. So his Berserker form is actually probably stronger than Gilgamesh. Now, maybe with the exception of Ea, but it's not like Gilgamesh is gonna whip out full power Ea, and blow up Uruk. That doesn't make any fucking sense. But yeah, Berserker Enkidu sounds insane, and they've actually hinted at him in FGO a little bit. There's an interlude with Enkidu, and there's like this shadowy thing. And there's all this stuff with Moriarty, and they're really hinting at that Berserker and Enkidu stuff. That would be awesome, dude. I think they're I don't think even they know when to use that. Like, they're definitely laying the groundwork for that. I think they're just laying the groundwork there in case they want to use them in 3.0 or in a side event, and be like, oh, this would work here. I don't think they have plans for it in like the main story or anything. I don't think so, which is a shame. I think that'd be awesome, but yeah, Berserker Enkidu is basically Enkidu just fully, beast mode, and has not gained the wisdom of like a human soul or any of that, but he still was like beastly instinct, and he was completely in his like weapon form, right? And he never traded any of his power. So yeah, fucking nonsense. Saver and FGO when I'm hoping they're gonna do something when the extra remake comes out. That's my hope. That's his only chance. That's his only fucking chance, because there's two big hits against Saver, and that's they generally don't add main antagonists from Fate stuff unless they do something that it, like makes sense to use them as a main antagonist. You know, BB wasn't in the game until they did a CCC collab, and she could be a really big deal there, right? That happens a lot. There's a few exceptions, but that's very common that they don't really want to use like the main like we don't have what's his name, Math Boy. Fuck, what's his name? I don't know why I know his name. He's really famous. What the? I'm sure someone in chat's gonna get this. Math Boy though from Extella with the Archimedes. Thank you. What is? I don't know why I couldn't remember that. But yeah, we don't have Archimedes, and we probably won't unless they have a reason to kind of make a story where he's the bad guy, right? There's a lot of antagonists like that. So that a lot of main antagonists have a rough road because of that. And then also there was like, you know, drama doing the religious figures and everything. There's always drama around that. Buddha technically is not a religious figure because like the original teachings of Buddha aren't religious, but they were turned into a religion, at least in a lot of like versions of Buddhism. Not all versions of Buddhism, but a lot of them it was turned into religious stuff. So it's always like a drama thing, and there was drama when he was put in Fate Extra. So I think they're kind of avoiding him, to be honest. So between being a main antagonist and also the real life drama stuff, they just might not touch it, which sucks. He's got green hair. He represents his legend a lot better than. Because, you know, I always say Achilles. Achilles is a good example of them taking a legend, respecting it, but then blowing it, animating it up, right? Achilles is a great version of that. And I think Buddha was the same thing, right? They really respected what he's based on. They actually respected it so much. I'm shocked. I'm literally shocked. Like you can tell they did a lot of research there, and so hats off to them for that. But he's still anime, right? Like very anime, and it's great. And he's one of the strongest servants ever. And I think Buddha completely deserves that, because Buddha is one of the most if you realize it or not, Buddha is one of the most influential things ever, right? It's so influential, it's crazy, because influenced a lot of the other religions. That some people get mad at this, but this is just a fact. I mean, Buddhism influenced Christianity and a lot of other religions in the region a lot. You know, you can see right as the people from the East started traveling there and the teachings of Buddha started spreading to that area of the world, you start seeing that influence a lot of the legends and stories and religions of that area. And there's like direct. We literally have proof that Buddhism is older. We have like direct proof that Buddhism is older, and you have like there are so many sayings in the Quran, in the Bible, and other things in the region that are obviously just parodying Buddha, like blatantly. Like there is such blatant like ripping off of Buddha, which is fine. I mean, if you hear a good saying, you might as well incorporate it. No reason not to, right? Nothing wrong with that. But anyway, so Buddhism influenced a lot of other religions, and all those religions, you know, are still around today. And Buddhism itself is still around today. It's still practiced and influences the world directly today. And a lot of other things that influence the world today in other regions were directly influenced by Buddhism. Also had great, impact in those regions in their own time. So I mean, I think it makes 1,000,000% sense for Buddha to be such a force in the Nasu-verse, because with the groundwork, the rules that they set, it adds up. And then, Buddha's teachings are, a pretty significant thing, like it or not, right? So I'm quite happy with Buddha being one of the strongest servants out there, because that's just totally logical. And the fact that they actually respected a lot of the teachings and what it's about and stuff, and just still animated the fuck out of it, of course, but I'm totally happy with it, right? They didn't pull a Van Gogh. They did not pull a Van Gogh, right? And, thank goodness, because I really like Buddha, especially the non-religious versions of it, which they actually respected, I would say. So quite happy about that. And he's green. So, there's that. Yeah, I know. He doesn't actually summon Saver. That guy basically can't summon a servant. He's like incapable of summoning one. It feels bad. But Buddha basically summons himself, and because he feels bad for that guy, but he also wants to teach that guy a lesson, which he does. Buddha actually is intending on being defeated. He basically allows you to beat him, because you'd never be able to beat him otherwise. But Buddha literally, his plan is to be defeated, and he's trying to teach that guy a lesson and stuff. Yeah, Buddha's awesome, dude. I absolutely love Buddha and Fate, and I'm hoping a lot of people will it's kind of hard to talk about Buddha, to be honest, because it's a lot of deeper philosophy nonsense. But still, I hope people can kind of see Buddha's character from the extra remake, and I hope a lot of people end up at least just seeing what he's about, right? And then, because yeah, I think he's awesome, and if we get him in FGO, I'll be very happy. And he's green, so you know, obviously I'm on board here. Okay, I think I gotta wrap up. It's been. I want to keep playing though. Dude, I want to do more of these side stuff because we're about to unlock more of the side stuff, and they get better. Like we didn't do too much of the good shit, but they get better. But we'll save it for tomorrow. I got a lot of time to kill anyway because the Lost Belt 6 follow-up isn't for like 2.5 weeks. So if anything, guys, I'm being tactfully elongating the content. There we go, to buy time for Lost Belt 6. That's what we're doing here. I already got MP5 Mori, so I don't gotta worry about it. But thank you guys for hanging out. I am 100% streaming this tomorrow, and we'll try to stay focused a bit better. Lost Belt 6 scoping, yeah. But yeah, I love this event. I can't wait to do the Hydra again and all that nonsense. Thank you guys for hanging out. And yeah, I will catch you all tomorrow. Let's raid somebody real quick. I was gonna do a bonus stream, but I don't think I have time today because I'm gonna try to get some real life stuff done here in a second. Alrighty, Jesus, Fino's popping off over there. He's got 600 viewers almost. I almost want to raid him just to make it ridiculous, but maybe we spread the love to somebody that maybe needs it more. Because I mean, Fino's. It's not like he needs any help here, but it is pretty crazy when you can make a stream have even more views, right? Like, alright, fuck it. Guda hype. I think he's rolling for Nobu right now or something. So yeah, let's go. I guess he's done with that. Let's go hit up Fino. Why not? Big numbers go Burr, exactly. Who doesn't enjoy some big numbers from time to time? Anyway, you know, FGO doesn't get like 1,000 viewers very often, but when it does, it's pretty hype. And we've made that happen a few times. It's good shit, man. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow.